Chapter 270. Soundless Shadow was wearing a black cloak that hid his face. Wisps of black poisonous gas swirled around his body, obscuring his face. Only his jade-white chin could be seen. Wherever he went, the black smoke would fill the air with deadly poison. Suddenly, the plants around him withered and the flowers withered. Young Sorcerer God was wearing a long robe and a mandarin jacket. He was wearing a pair of brocade shoes and an antique gold pocket watch. He was wearing a pair of antique round glasses and a yellow bowler hat. He looked just like a prince from the Republic of China. The House of Shadowblight and the Ghost Witch sect were both mysterious sects and practiced the most powerful dark arts. Moreover, both of them were top talents of their respective sections. Both of them had reached the ethereal enlightenment level and were as powerful as transcendent grandmasters in martial arts. Besides, the Dharma spells, especially the evil arts, were unpredictable and hard to defend against. The two of them could easily kill an initial transcendent state cultivator, so it was hard to defend against. Young Divine Shaman's demeanor was extremely frivolous. Although he was walking around the Di-Nu flower, he did not forget to flirt with the female disciples of the Dian Song sect, thinking that he was a playboy. Meanwhile, Soundless Shadow waved his hands in the air and made a series of hand seals. Wisps of black poisonous gas spread out and seeped into the ground. Meanwhile, a few more overlords from the western continent and Wuxia had arrived at the area. In a blink of an eye, there were at least 50 overlords. In the end, young Magus God took out a jade talisman and said confidently, "This is a powerful thunder anomaly. However, I have a supreme-grade protective jade talisman. It can withstand an attack from an immortal state cultivator. I will go get the flower." "Young Magus God, please. The old man will be your backup. You have to give the old man a piece of the flower." Wu Xiong looked around, his eyes fierce and his temperament intimidating, warning everyone not to act rashly. "Whoever dares to touch the princess flower will die." Soundless Shadow also spoke out, intimidating everyone. "Let's see who dares to take it from me." Young Magus God snorted disdainfully. He tightened his grip on the jade talisman and walked toward the crown princess flower. Sure enough, when he was 3 meters away from the princess flower, there was a loud boom as a bolt of lightning struck him. Young Sorcerer God groaned as his body trembled, and he took a step back. At the same time, a faint golden light shield was emitted from the jade talisman, completely enveloping him. Is the princess flower really going to belong to him? Grand Master Qing Lian frowned, his face full of unwillingness. If he takes it out, we'll kill him and take his treasure. Sing and the gray-clothed middle-aged man had murderous looks in their eyes as they whispered to each other. Some were jealous, some were secretly cursing the young witch god to be struck to death by lightning. Even if they couldn't get it themselves, they couldn't let anyone else have it. Some sighed, and some were thinking about how to curry favor with the young witch god so that they could have a share of the loot. However, all of them looked at the princess flower with envy. Young Divine Warrior took a step back and the purple lightning disappeared. He wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and forced a smile. "It's only a so-so. My jade talisman can withstand it. Today, I'm going to pluck the Imperial Daughter flower." As soon as he finished speaking, he once again stepped forward like a tiger pouncing on its prey. He charged into the circle and reached for the DNV flower. At this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Many golden talisman inscriptions appeared in the air and formed a sharp sword. The sword was at least 10 meters long, and it was so heavy that it looked like a real sword. The sword slashed down at the young witch god's head. "Young witch god, watch out." Wu Xiong's eyes narrowed as he shouted. "Is that an array? It's so powerful." Everyone was pushed back by the sharp sword chi. They felt their blood boiling in their chests, but luckily, they didn't spit out blood. With a loud bang, young witch god was sent flying 10 meters away by the giant golden sword. He fell to the ground like a dead dog. Crack! The jade talisman cracked. He spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed in pain. "Damn it! That jade talisman is the most precious treasure of my faction." Young witch god held the broken jade talisman in his hand. He was so frustrated that he wanted to cry. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their hearts were pounding as they deeply felt the power of this array. It could even break a supreme-grade protection jade talisman. The power of the array was comparable to that of an immortal state warrior. I don't think I can get it out by myself. Wu Xiong rolled his eyes and thought to himself. Let me try. Master Green Lotus chanted Buddha's name and walked 3 meters into the array. However, as soon as he entered the array, he backed away. At this moment, a giant golden palm descended from the sky. It was furry and carried a monstrous power as it slapped towards Fire Lotus. Master Green Lotus lashed out with his palm and tried to shatter the golden palm. Boom! The two of them collided. With a loud bang, Master Qing Lian was sent flying more than 10 meters away like a falling leaf in the wind. He landed on the ground with a pale face. Blood boiled in his chest and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. So powerful! This is terrifying! Everyone exclaimed. Their eyes were filled with fear. Fire Lotus Grandmaster was the most powerful man in India and was as powerful as a transcendent state cultivator. He was even more powerful than Lin Zhenyu internationally, yet he couldn't break the spell. Are we just going to watch the D-Daughter flower rot in front of us? Master Green Lotus's face darkened. He had never thought that the spell would become so powerful when the D-Daughter flower matured. He was not confident that he could break the spell. What is that? Deity? Suddenly, everyone gasped and backed away. Vaguely, under the ice and snow, the crowd could see pieces of jade emitting rays of light, forming a giant golden figure that was more than 10 meters tall. It looked like a Buddha god, and it suddenly appeared behind the princess flower. This is not a ghost god. It is the remaining divine soul of the guardian of the D-Daughter flower. I heard that it had surpassed the immortal state and was an earth-level deity. Master Green Lotus's body shook a little. He put his palms together and bowed to the divine soul with reverence. No wonder the spell is so powerful. So, there is an earth-level deity's divine soul here. Wu Xiong also looked at the tall golden ape with a cold gaze. Immortal state overlords were rare in the world, not to mention the divine soul of an earth-level deity. No wonder it was so powerful. The tall figure was shrouded in a golden light. It was made out of light spots, making it difficult to see clearly. Everyone could vaguely see that it was baring its fangs and glaring eyes. Its majestic body exuded a murderous aura that made it difficult for people to breathe. Back off! Kill all those who covet it! The remnant soul let out an angry roar that shook the heavens and the earth. The roar broke the ice and shattered the wind and snow. Everyone was thrown off their feet. Many of the iron body and internal force cultivators spat out blood as their meridians were damaged. Even Grand Master Green Lotus and Wu Xiong, who were the most powerful men in the world, staggered backward. Their faces were awful, and their bulging defenses and gales were almost shattered. Then, the golden light shrunk and the divine soul disappeared again. Only the wind and snow were left in the world and the D-Daughter flowers swayed gently. That is terrifying. Is that the power of an immortal state overlord? It's just a roar from a remnant soul, and even an internal force master almost died. Someone was trembling in fear. What should we do? With the divine soul guarding it, none of us can take it away. We can only watch as the Empress flower rots. Someone said with an anxious expression, as if he was an ant on a hot pan. Why don't we join forces with the other overlords in Wuxia and break the array together? Singh rolled his eyes. The man in gray said in Hindustani, then we can kill them all and take the D-Daughter flower for ourselves. After the three of them had reached an agreement, Master Green Lotus and Wu Xiong reached an agreement. They would work together to break the array and share the D-Daughter flower among themselves. Suddenly, a figure walked toward them and said slowly, "What a bunch of trash. You can see the treasure but you can't take it away. What a joke. If I had known you were so useless, I wouldn't have been in such a hurry." Who is that? Shut up. What shameless boasting. Take it away if you have the ability. Shut up. Even Master Green Lotus and young divine Magus God can't do anything about it. You're so good at bragging, why don't you go to heaven? Everyone turned around and glared at the newcomer. This person's words simply scolded everyone present. You all want to break the array and share the divine medicine, right? He saw a handsome young man, wearing a white shirt and casual pants, with a gong in his hand, lazily walking over. However, to everyone's surprise, there was a red-haired monkey sitting on his shoulder. The monkey was holding a pot of meat soup in a pressure cooker. Is he trying to fool around with the monkey on Mount Everest? He sure has a lot of time on his hands. Do you still want to eat meat here? What a waste of time. Many people looked at Jiang Tian with mocking expressions, their eyes filled with mockery. It was as if they were looking at an idiot. I am Wu Yingxiong of Kuan City, and this young man is... Wu Yingxiong saluted with his fists in front of his chest. This young man could climb to the top of Mount Everest without wearing any clothes. Wu Yingxiong had never seen such a person in Hua Xia's martial arts world, so he was cautious. You are Wu Yingxiong? Jiang Tian said calmly, who I am is not important. Answer my question first. Wu Yingxiong furrowed his brows and suppressed the displeasure in his heart. That is correct. Jiang Tian nodded and said, does that mean that if I can pluck the imperial lady flower, it will be mine? Hee, if you can pluck it yourself, you can do it without our help. Wu Yingxiong said in a deep voice. Seeing Jiang Tian disrespect him again and again, he was furious in his heart. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Yes. That's right. Everyone had the same thought and nodded. Someone even egged him on. Go and pluck it. It will be yours if you pluck it. Jiang Tian sent a message to Chitian Monkey with his psyche, and Chitian Monkey walked forward with the meat soup in his hands. Jiang Tian slammed the gong and shouted, the fourth generation of the Saint Battle Ape, Sun Chitian, remembers the glory of our ancestors and remembers the great contributions of our ancestors. Today, I bring my servants and offer sacrifices to the sacred battle ape, Qi Aoxing, the ancestor of the Qi family of Luo Zifeng, and Qi Luozi, the second ancestor of the Wu family. Our descendants are here to remember our ancestors. Our ancestors are the small demons of this place. Our descendants are here to pray for forgiveness. All sages, please make way. What is he doing? Is he dancing? Everyone discussed animatedly with a puzzled expression, looking at Jiang Tian as if they were looking at an idiot. Chapter 271. It's here again. Retreat. Suddenly, amidst the exclamations of the crowd, the giant golden statue appeared again, and there were 3 or 4 smaller golden figures flashing around them. A domineering aura that was several times stronger than before swept across the area. The golden figures stared at Jiang Tian and the little monkey from all directions. They were motionless, and their eyes were flickering with golden light. For a moment, danger surrounded them. The experts were so scared that they retreated, afraid that these powerful remnant souls would attack Jiang Tian and bring disaster to the innocent bystanders. Huaqing Tian and Wei Feilong, whose faces were covered by the black cloth, were frightened. Their bodies were tense, and their fists were clenched tightly. They were waiting for the golden figures to react, and then they would attack together and fight side by side with Jiang Tian. My Qi family's ancestors once had a steel rod and golden armor that were passed down from generation to generation. They are the family heirlooms to prove our lineage and identity, Jiang Tian shouted, and everyone was shocked. If they didn't know, they would have thought that he was a priest. Under Jiang Tian's gaze, Huaqing Tian and Wei Feilong stepped forward and knelt on the ground. One of them raised the steel rod, and the other raised the golden armor. For a moment, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen. The 2 of them held their breaths. Once the situation was bad, they would immediately kill, and then rush out of the encirclement and escape. This solemn atmosphere lasted for a while. Finally, as the little monkey shook the peach soup a few times, the soup dispersed. The golden figures took a few breaths, and then slowly extinguished and dissipated. Jiang Tian jumped up and down again. He hummed and sang, I am the servant of equal to heaven. Today, in the name of equal to heaven, I accompany the ancestors to worship. I invite the ancestors to taste the heavenly soup and reward them with the princess flower to help them reach the peak of cultivation and become immortal or god. Great son equal to heaven. Good name. Remember, don't forget to take revenge for me. Dig up that bastard's grave. A mighty and domineering voice sounded. It seemed to be filled with gratification and sadness. Then, the giant golden ape opened its mouth and swallowed all of the peach meat soup's faintly discernible aura into its stomach. At this time, the Dao heavenly soup was also producing shocking phenomena. There were dragon roars, phoenix cries, and all kinds of horrifying scenes in the pressure cooker. Sometimes it reflected the underworld, sometimes it showed ghosts, and sometimes it showed ferocious beasts. The soup water rippled as if ferocious beasts were about to rush out of the soup. This remnant soul of mine has persisted for too long and is very tired. It's time for it to disappear. Chi-tun, take the princess flower. In the end, the tallest golden statue, which had been guarding the princess flower closely, finished absorbing all of the soup. With a sigh, it slowly disappeared. Right at this moment, Jiang Tian's figure flickered, and he directly uprooted the princess flower at lightning speed before stuffing the roots into a long-necked jade bottle that was carved with strange runes. Jiang Tian picked up the little monkey and rushed down the mountain without looking back. Let's go. What? He uprooted it just like that? Everyone exclaimed in disbelief. Huaqing Tian and Zhao Yuankun hurriedly followed, their left hands guarding the flower. They asked in confusion, "Sir, how did you do that?" "This is the territory of the sacred battle apes." Jiang Tian's divine sense said, "This is the place where the dragon veins intersect and meridians are formed. It's a wondrous place. It's not something a feng shui treasure land can compare to. How can the sacred battle apes give up on such a good place?" He planted the princess flower here to share the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and also to guard the princess flower so that his descendants can enjoy it when it matures. However, they have too few people, and their heritage has been cut off. Chi Tian can't defeat Master Green Lotus, so what can he do? He can't get close and can't get the princess flower. The sacred battle apes are forever guarding it. Of course, these people can't get close. I saw the stone carvings in the cave just now. One of them was the sacrificial ceremony of their people. In order to get the princess flower, one needs peach meat soup, a copper gong, a token, and descendants. None of these 4 things can be missing. Fortunately, we managed to gather all of them by chance. Otherwise, with our strength, we would definitely not be able to defeat the remnant soul of the sacred battle ape. Jiang Tian did not tell the whole truth. In fact, he had encountered the sacred battle apes in outer space before. He had learned more about the sacrificial ceremony at that time. Seeing that the sacred battle ape's remnant soul had been destroyed and Jiang Tian had plucked the princess flower, everyone's expression changed drastically. There was no longer any fear or hesitation in their eyes. There was only one word: greed. "Kid, leave the princess flower behind." The eldest disciple of Dian Song, Wang Haitao, was the first to lose his cool. He jumped out and blocked the way. "Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Who do you think you are?" Jiang Tian found it funny and said disdainfully, "Didn't you say that if I pluck it alone, it belongs to me? I'm the eldest disciple of the semi-hidden sect, Dian Song, Wang Haitao. My junior brother, Pei, has already lost his life in order to obtain the princess flower. He contributed greatly to breaking the seal and sacrificed himself. How can we not get a share of the loot?" Wang Haitao's face was full of arrogance as he coldly snorted, "Hurry up and hand over the new flower. My Diansong sect is a famous sect and will definitely not treat you unfairly. Wealth, beauties, and even martial Dao cultivation methods and great medicines are inexhaustible. If you don't hand it over, I will definitely not let you off." "Ha, what bullshit Diansong hidden sect? Cultivation techniques and herbs? In my eyes, it's nothing." Scram. Jiang Tian snorted disdainfully and did not stop walking. "Eldest senior brother, why are you talking nonsense with him? Just kill him and take the treasure," a female disciple with a beautiful face and a slender figure said. Her white robe fluttered in the wind like a fairy, but her words were mean and vicious. She raised her eyes and pulled out her sword. She shot toward Jiang Tian like an arrow. At the same time, the sword chi swept toward Jiang Tian like a waterfall. A semi-hidden sect with an orderly inheritance and a large number of talents. She was also an expert of the initial transcendent state and was very powerful in the mortal world. She struck out with a single strike, and it tore through the wind and snow. Sword lights surged continuously as they pressed down and enveloped a large expanse of space, and it gave others the feeling that it was impossible to avoid or guard against. Scram. However, Jiang Tian only snorted coldly in response, and then he simply slapped out with his palm. Bang. With a loud bang, the girl didn't even have time to scream before her delicate face was smashed into pieces. In the midst of the blood, her delicate body flew out horizontally. After landing on the ground, she rolled more than 10 meters away. Her clothes were stained with blood and torn. Her lofty chest and jade-like slender thighs were dripping with blood. She had died a violent death. Dian Song, is it very powerful? You keep saying that Dian Song is very powerful, but in my opinion, it's just SOSO. Jiang Tian sneered and handed the princess flower and the jade bottle to the little monkey on his shoulder. He rubbed his hands and sneered. If there's anything special about it, it's just that her skin is thick enough. A girl's skin is harder than a cow's skin and thicker than the corner of a city wall. It's so hard that my hand hurts. This person is so powerful. He killed Wang Fong with one slap. He's definitely a transcendent grandmaster. He's so powerful. He even dared to kill Dian Song from a semi-hidden sect. He's so domineering. The members of Dian Song and many other overlords couldn't believe their eyes. They were stunned by Jiang Tian's powerful cultivation and even more frightened by Jiang Tian's domineering aura. A semi-hidden sect was far more powerful than a normal martial arts family. Especially Dian Song, which was located in the Wuyang Mountain, had a long history of martial arts and countless disciples. It could be said that Dian Song alone was comparable to the power of the Huaxiaolong formation. Princess Flower. Young Grandmaster. He's Kong Tichu. Wu Yingxiong frowned in thought. Suddenly, his face changed dramatically and he let out a scream. He looked at Jiang Tian incredulously. Although he had never seen Jiang Tian before, the news of Jiang Tian's search for the princess flower had spread far and wide. There were only a few young grandmasters in Huaxia. Plus, with such a domineering personality, he immediately guessed Jiang Tian's identity. He's Kong Teichu, the #1 martial arts grandmaster? Even Lin Zhenyu was killed by him? Many people present were shocked. Didn't we just say that if I took it with my own strength, it would belong to me alone? Now you're jealous and going back on your words? Jiang Tian looked around at the crowd with a mocking face. He sneered and said with incomparable killing intent, "Let me tell you, I've been thinking about this princess flower for more than a year. I'm determined to get it. Who dares to fight for it? Attack together. I'm not afraid. I don't mind killing all of you." He doted on his wife. Relying on the princess flower to change her physique was the only hope for his beloved wife to embark on the path of cultivation. If the crowd wanted to fight for it, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them all. This treasure was originally obtained by him alone. If these overlords wanted to fight for it, they would be too shameless. Kong Teichu, did you cripple my grandson Wu Tiankuan's cultivation? Wu Yingxiong shouted angrily. So what if I did? Jiang Tian sneered. If you have the guts, come and bite me. I'm already being polite by not killing him. Kong Teichu, you may be strong, but I'm not afraid of you. Wu Yingxiong took a step forward and said angrily. He was arrogant and unruly. Although he had heard of Jiang Tian's prowess, he had never seen it with his own eyes. He didn't believe in Jiang Tian's strength. Besides, his grandson's cultivation had been crippled. This was a blood feud. He hated Jiang Tian to the core. I heard that you're the #1 martial arts grandmaster under the Immortal realm. I wonder if you can resist the poison gas of the House of Shadowblight? Ying said coldly. He took a step forward. Black gas lingered between his fingers and palms, and poisonous gas rolled. Hee, you are so powerful. Even if you can fight Yi Zhantian, the three of us can still defeat you. Hand over the D-daughter flower or I will kill you. Young divine warrior shook his head. He didn't take the name Kong Teichu to heart. They were all powerful cultivators who had killed transcendent grandmasters before. Even if they couldn't kill Jiang Tian with ease, they could at least snatch the D-new flower from him. Kong Teichu, you are so arrogant. The three of them were only a threat, but Wang Haitao had already made his move. Clang! D pulled out his sword and shouted angrily, "Junior martial brothers and sisters, listen to my command and form the sword formation." Clang, clang. The sound of swords being unsheathed filled the air. In a blink of an eye, all the disciples of Dianzong had unsheathed their swords and formed a sword array. At the peak of Mount Everest, the wind blew and snow froze. However, what was colder than the wind and snow was the sword aura and the killing intent. Chapter 272. These sword lights seemed to have materialized and were extremely sharp. They could cut through metal and iron, and they formed a 10-meter-long sharp sword. It was like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens as it slashed down towards Jiang Tian with an unstoppable momentum. The 19 whoosh. Many of the experts present were dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. So powerful! Wu Yingxiong's face changed dramatically, and he already had the intention to retreat. This kid is so strong, no wonder he can be called the #1 master under the immortal realm. Soundless Shadow was also shocked. Don't attack first. Don't be rash. Young Sorcerer God's eyes were filled with fear. Although he coveted the princess flower, he didn't want to provoke Jiang Tian, so he reminded everyone not to be impulsive. For a moment, the masters of Wuxia all retreated and watched from the sidelines, casting their gazes on the 3 masters of India. Who else wants to fight with me, Kong Teichu? Come on. Jiang Tian stood on top of the ice and snow. His gaze was stern as he scanned the crowd. He was like an emperor who commanded the world, emitting a domineering aura that overflowed the sky. On the summit of Mount Everest, it was dead silent. Only the sound of the wind and snow could be heard. This poor monk once guarded this princess flower for 10 years, fertilizing and watering it. I wanted to wait for this princess flower to mature and use it to save the poor people of India who were caught in the plague. I wonder if Master Jiang can achieve the beauty of a grown man? Guru Qing Lian stepped forward and chanted the name of Buddha. He looked like an enlightened monk. Although his words sounded nice, it was obvious that he wanted to monopolize the princess flower. The princess flower is a spirit flower, why would it need your help? Jiang Tian snorted and rejected the challenge. He sneered and said, "What does the life and death of the Indians have to do with me? The people of India are suffering from the plague and suffering from the plague." Guru Qing Lian's face darkened and he said, "God is benevolent. How can Master Kong be so cruel and heartless? How can you monopolize the princess flower for your own personal gain? Stop talking nonsense, stupid monk. If you want to take it, just come at me." Jiang Tian linked his hands behind his back. A cold light flickered in his eyes as he sneered, "I don't mind killing the 3 overlords of India. Killing you is as easy as killing chickens." "Guru, why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him." As he shouted, the gray-robed man moved like an agile cheetah. He held a shield in his left hand and a saber in his right. He kicked up 1,000 piles of snow and charged out. His saber swept toward Jiang Tian's legs. This saber light was like a silver bottle bursting out of water. It was extremely fast and contained a strange aura. Layers of saber shadows were blooming in the air, connecting into a large area. The sharp Dao Qi shattered the boulders around them. The surface of the boulders was as smooth as a mirror. What a powerful blade aura! This man is the Gurukar of India. He is as powerful as a transcendent grandmaster in Wuxia. Everyone exclaimed, their eyes filled with shock. Even Wu Yingxiong was taken aback. He wondered what he would do if he were in Jiang Tian's position. The blade light flashed as Jiang Tian jumped into the air, dodging the attack instantly. However, the gray-robed man was not scared at all. Instead, he was happy. He suddenly changed the direction of his blade and the cold blade light drew a strange arc in the air, aiming at Jiang Tian's legs. The man in a gray outfit had timed his attack perfectly. If Jiang Tian landed on the ground, his legs would have been severed. Jiang Tian did land on the ground. However, what shocked the man in a gray outfit was that Jiang Tian's foot landed squarely on the blade of his blade. How is that possible? The man in a gray outfit exclaimed as if he had seen a ghost. Useless. How dare you use a blade? I can kill you with a flick of my finger. Jiang Tian snorted disdainfully. He flicked his finger and a ray of light pierced through the air. The man in a gray outfit was alarmed when he saw the ray of white light coming at him. He quickly raised his shield to protect his vital organs. Block for me. The man in a gray outfit shouted at the top of his lungs. His waist and horse became one as his body sank. His feet broke through the snow and mountain rocks. His sturdy legs sank into the ground like two iron pillars. At the same time, the black muscles on his body bulged. The muscle fibers on his arms condensed into bundles and gathered the most powerful force to block Jiang Tian's attack. Bang! There was a thunderous sound, shattering the wind and snow and shocking the overlapping clouds in the sky. Under the flick of the finger, the shield made of special metal shattered like paper. The flick of the finger pierced through the shield and hit the man in a gray outfit in the chest. The man in a gray outfit flew back more than 10 meters like a kite and fell heavily on the ground. There was a bowl-sized bloody hole in his chest. Blood kept spurting out, revealing the white bones. His eyes were still open, but he was bleeding from all 7 orifices. He couldn't be more dead. So powerful! This flick of the finger is comparable to a Barrett sniper rifle. That's terrifying. He broke 19 swords in one breath, killed 12 of his disciples and injured 7. He destroyed the divine shield with one flick of the finger and killed the #1 master of Gurukul in India. That's too terrifying. Everyone at the scene was terrified. Even Wu Yingxiong was stunned by Jiang Tian. He felt that Jiang Tian was really like a god. I've said it before. I'm determined to get the princess flower. I'll kill anyone who tries to snatch it. Jiang Tian looked at Qing Lian and Xing and sneered. Come on, don't waste time. Come at me together. When he went up the mountain, he was worried that others would covet the princess flower and cause trouble for Qing'er and the Jiang family in the future. So he changed his name. Jiang Tian didn't want to kill anyone. Everyone was just fighting for the treasure. There was no deep hatred between them. But now Wu Yingxiong had shouted out his name. If everyone still wanted to snatch it, then there was nothing he could do. He could only beat them until they knelt down and surrendered. They would never dare to have such thoughts again. At this moment, even Master Green Lotus and Xing were a little hesitant. Their cultivations were much stronger than the gray-robed man, but Jiang Tian's strength was also very impressive, which made them somewhat wary. Master Kong is indeed Master Kong to be able to suppress the 3 most powerful people in India by himself. Yeah, we can't compare to him. Seeing this, Huaqing Tian and Wei Fileong immediately felt great. They were elated and full of confidence. Qing Lian, the elites of the Chinese faction of Singapore are here to lend you a hand. It was at this moment that a loud shout broke through the heavy snow and clouds in the sky like rolling thunder. Who's there? What a powerful aura and sound wave. Everyone looked up in shock. Whoosh, whoosh. A helicopter was flying toward them. One figure after another jumped down from the helicopters that were hovering more than 10 meters above the ground. Like galloping horses, they kicked up rolling snow and rushed to the battlefield like white dragons. Oyila the heaven-reaching master, Ba Tu the Black Wing, Tyson the elephant and many other overlords of the Chinese faction of Singapore showed up. Why are they here? Huaqing Tian and Wei Fileong couldn't hold back the smile on their faces any longer. It was replaced by a worried look. These 3 Chinese faction of Singapore had been taught by Wang Chongyan. They were as powerful as transcendent state martial arts grandmasters or ethereal enlightenment spell masters. In addition to Guru Qing Lian and Xing, It could be said that all the powerhouses in Southeast Asia were here. It was a super luxurious lineup. It could be said that Lin Zhenyu, who was killed by Jiang Tian on Poyang Lake, was only as famous as Fire Lotus. However, he was not the only one here. Oyila and many other more powerful masters were also here. Is Master Kong a match for them? Huaqing Tian murmured in his mind. Although Jiang Tian was powerful, he was alone. How could he defeat a dozen overlords? Not to mention, Oyila and Fire Lotus were on par with him. Do you want to die as well? Jiang Tian sneered and scanned the members of the Chinese faction of Singapore. Oyila wasn't in a hurry to fight with Jiang Tian. Instead, she went to Qin Lian and discussed with him. Qin Lian and the other overlords knew how powerful Jiang Tian was, so they didn't want to make the first move. Therefore, they chose to stay away from Jiang Tian. Oyila, on the other hand, was a heretical cultivator, so she didn't like Fire Lotus. Therefore, she needed to come up with a strategy first. After a short discussion, the two sides came to an agreement. They would kill Kong Teichu and share the princess flower with the rest of the Southeast Asian overlords. Oyila tapped her cane on the ground and glared at Jiang Tian. She sneered and said, "Kong Teichu, I have heard that you are very powerful. You even killed Ba Song of Kuantian. Very well. Today, I will use my supreme Dharma spells to defeat you, Kong Teichu." "Humph. You think you are the most powerful overlord in Wuxia? We have so many overlords here. Even if you are an immortal state warrior, you will die here today." Black-winged Ba Tu sneered. Chapter 273. Hee hee, I can't wait to tear him to shreds. Giant elephant Tai Sang clenched his fists. His bell-like eyes flashed with murderous intent as he exuded a bloodthirsty aura. "I don't want to hurt anyone, but for the poor and sick people of India, I can only kill." Master Qin Lian put his palms together and chanted Buddha's name. He had the moral high ground and said murderously, "If I don't go to hell, how can I become a Buddha?" Kong Teichu is too arrogant. Even if he is the #1 grandmaster in Wuxia and killed Lin Zhenyu, how can he be a match for so many people? Ancient yoga master Singh crossed his arms and sneered. The princess flower and many catalytic spirit liquids involved too much profit. It was enough to create an army of steel and catalyze many arcanists. It could even make a peerless figure like Fire Lotus Master Wang Chongyan step into the immortal state. How could they let Jiang Tian monopolize it? Especially the Indian and Wuxia Star Continent Association, who had conflicts with the martial arts world of Wuxia. They would never allow this divine herb to fall into the hands of the powerful people of Wuxia, especially Jiang Tian, who was invincible in the martial arts world of Wuxia. Who knew what kind of monstrous demon he would become after eating it? Hee hee, cut the crap. Let's do it together. Jiang Tian's eyes were indifferent, and his expression did not change at all. The princess flower was already in his hands. After Qinger took it, she would be able to awaken her celestial body and stimulate her cultivation. She would not need to play the zither with blood-stained fingers anymore. She would be able to embark on the path of cultivation with him. At this time, not to mention the powerful people of Southeast Asia, even if the powerful people of the world were gathered, Jiang Tian would not back down or give up. He also knew that this battle was very dangerous. But even if he had to bleed to the last drop of blood, he would protect the princess flower. He would never give it up. It was because of the abandonment in his previous life that he had endless regret for 10,000 years. They are really going to fight. Master Kong is really domineering. Huaqing Tian and Wei Feilong looked at each other, feeling uneasy. In the past, they had joined forces with Zhao Yuankuan, but they could not gain the upper hand in front of the Fire Lotus Grand Scholar. Now that Grand Priest Huolian and the other Southeast Asian powerhouses had joined forces, who could stand a chance against them? It even had the power to kill a half-step divine realm expert. But the other way around. If Jiang Tian won this battle, it would really shake Southeast Asia. No one would dare to covet the martial arts forces of Wuxia. Brat, you're crazy. However, in my opinion, Wuxia's martial arts are trash. When I smash your head with my fist, Let's see how you can still be arrogant. The giant elephant Tai Sang roared and took large strides towards Jiang Tian. He was an expert who had awakened his physical body and was incomparably powerful. He possessed the strength of a dragon and elephant and could smash through steel with a single punch. In the list of Southeast Asian powerhouses, he was ranked in the top 10. He was even more powerful than the ancient Muay Thai expert Meng Kong that Jiang Tian had met on Mount Wu in Qixia County. In this world of ice and snow, his muscular upper body was bare, and there were strange patterns all over his bronze skin. His body was as tall as a mountain and was more than 2 meters tall. He walked barefoot on the ground and crushed the snow and hard rocks with each step he took. Since we're going to fight, let's make the first move. Jiang Tian roared. His eyes were stern as he stepped forward. He slowly extended his jade-white palm and slammed it down. Jiang Tian had finally made his move. Compared to Jiang Tian killing people with a breath and finger light hitting nothing, this could be considered a real attack. Jiang Tian's body had been tempered by a cultivation technique and did not contain any impurities. It was crystal clear and his palm was as fair and delicate as a girl's. However, as this seemingly light palm slammed down, the space 5 meters above Tyson's head suddenly trembled violently, as if a muffled clap of thunder rang out. Then, a 4-meter-long giant palm came down from the sky. It was like Gong Gong smashing down Mount Buzhou or a heavenly lord smashing down the heaven-flipping seal. Tusk of the giant elephant. Feeling the powerful pressure, Tyson the giant elephant roared loudly. His fists were like cannonballs as he attacked the giant palm with all his might. Suddenly, an ancient elephant vaguely appeared behind him. He had already activated his special ability and potential and used the strength of a dragon and elephant. However, the giant palm only trembled slightly and continued to press down. Physical body awakening. Tyson the giant elephant roared and stomped his feet on the ground. The billions of cells in his body boiled in an instant, and his body grew to a height of 3 meters like a bamboo shoot. His long pants instantly turned into shorts, and they were torn apart by his bulging muscles. He was like an indomitable demon as he took the giant palm head-on. Go to hell. Jiang Tian's expression did not change. His palm continued to press down. In the end, under everyone's disbelieving gazes, no matter how giant elephant Tai Sang activated his secret technique, resisted and struggled with all his might, and even burned his blood essence, he was still slapped to the point of kneeling on the ground by Jiang Tian. In the end, he was directly embedded into the ice. Accompanied by a heart-wrenching cry, a series of bone-chilling crisp sounds of bones shattering rang out. Amidst the splattering blood, the giant elephant Tai Sang was instantly turned into a pile of meat paste. There's no need to follow the rules against the enemy. Let's attack together. The master of heaven, Oyila, glared at Jiang Tian viciously. He let out a hoarse cry and stabbed his wooden staff into the ground. Then, he formed a strange seal with his hands and waved it. Sharp icicles that were 1/2 meter long formed between her hands. They were crystal clear like diamonds. Go! Icicles immediately shot out like arrows, cutting through the wind and snow, piercing through the void and shooting toward Jiang Tian. Jiang Tian was slightly taken aback as his eyes turned cold. Oyila was indeed a master of heaven. She could control ice and snow. Although she could not control the chi of heaven and earth like the Daoist physique, it was already impressive. It could be said that she was much more powerful than Yang Guochang from the Maoshan sect. However, the next moment, Jiang Tian laughed. You're still too young to compete with me in terms of spells. Demonic Flame Chi Soldier. Swoosh. Jiang Tian waved his fingers, and a demonic flame Chi Soldier slashed out. The icicles were no match for the extremely high temperature of the demonic flame Chi Soldier. They shattered and vaporized in an instant. Immediately, white mist rose. He actually knows magic? Oyila's body shook as she took a few steps back. She clutched her chest and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her eyes were filled with horror as she stared at Jiang Tian in disbelief. Cadaver demon! Kill him! The next moment, she shouted as she picked up her walking stick and waved it. Black smoke rolled out. A dozen cadaver demons suddenly appeared in the black smoke. They were as thin as firewood, but their bodies shone with a metallic luster. They contained endless power as they jumped up and down, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. They roared and roared as they charged at Jiang Tian. These cadaver demons are zombies from the Qing dynasty. They have been refined with a secret art. They drink silver mercury and are soaked in bronze. One of them can kill a transcendent state master. Let's see how you can withstand so many of them. Oyila held her walking stick and said smugly, "You're just a cadaver demon. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me?" Jiang Tian shook his head in disdain and withdrew the thunderfall wood. Under the horrified gazes of everyone, a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a wrist blasted out. Then he used the thunder manipulation art to form a lightning spear and threw it at the cadaver demons. Boom! Boom! The lightning spears smashed into the bodies of the cadaver demons. These evil and filthy creatures were most afraid of lightning. In the blink of an eye, they were all turned into black charcoal and scattered into ashes, crumbling into pieces. You also know thunder arts? Oyila was shocked. Thunder arts were the most difficult Dharma spells to master. Could it be that Kong Teichu had also mastered it? This was too unbelievable. Not necessarily. He just has a Dharma treasure. Let me meet this little devil. Grand Master Green Lotus shouted as he formed a Buddhist seal with his right hand and chanted the name of Buddha. Suddenly, rays of golden light appeared around him and on his Buddhist staff. He was like a real Buddha, full of solemn, holy, and mighty aura. Master Kong, watch out. Wei Feilong saw this and shouted. White sweat appeared on his face. This man is the most eminent monk in India. He has many followers. His Buddhist staff will gather merit force to attack. Hu Qingtian also warned. The purple golden Buddhist staff was a Buddhist treasure. Grand Master Green Lotus used it to purify the souls of the dead and gather merit force. It was worshipped by the people of India. Once the Buddhist staff was used, even a half-step immortal state warrior would have to be careful. Go to hell, little devil. Grand Master Green Lotus formed a seal with his left hand and gathered his psyche force. He raised his white eyebrows and glared at Jiang Tian. Then he waved the Buddhist staff in his left hand and smashed it at Jiang Tian. The moment the Buddhist staff smashed down, many green lotus flowers the size of wash basins bloomed in the air. They looked like they were carved out of green jade. They spun and slashed at Jiang Tian. This is the angry Buddha Green Lotus. No wonder he is the most eminent monk in India. Many of the people present gasped in amazement and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the most powerful attack in Indian Buddhism. It had the power to kill a peak-stage transcendent state cultivator. It was also a secret art that was extremely difficult to cultivate. No one had expected Grand Master Green Lotus to be able to use it. Bullshit psyche force. How many followers do you have? Ridiculous. Jiang Tian laughed and threw out a punch. Jiang Tian had instantly changed the force of this punch 6 times, and it was like an antelope hanging its horn, natural and unique. In the end, the endless fist force drew a perfect arc and blasted through the 9 green lotuses. Kacha! Kacha! Amidst crisp shattering sounds, after the many green lotuses shattered, Jiang Tian's fist momentum did not diminish in the slightest. It actually landed accurately on Grand Master Qing Lian's chest. Grand Master Green Lotus grunted. The sandalwood prayer beads in front of his chest suddenly glowed, trying to block Jiang Tian's fist force. However, Jiang Tian's fist force was so powerful that the prayer beads glowed even brighter. In the end, they were broken into pieces. Grand Master Green Lotus couldn't take it anymore. He flew into the air and flew 5 or 6 meters away before landing on the ground. What kind of martial art is this? Since when did Wuxia have a martial art that can destroy psyche force? Grand Master Green Lotus was shocked and couldn't believe his eyes. This is called breaking all spells with one force. I can destroy your psyche force with just my fist force. You are already dead when it comes to soul energy. Jiang Tian sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. He activated his spiritual sense and sent a stream of telekinesis towards Jiang Tian. Block for me. Grand Master Green Lotus waved the Buddhist staff in front of him. Golden Buddha light formed a shield in front of him. Kacha, the golden shield instantly shattered. With a thump, Grand Master Green Lotus was thrown 5 meters away and almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 274. Qing Lian was worried that Jiang Tian would throw another punch at him. Ancient Yoga, Divine Concealment. Suddenly, with a low shout, Xing made his move. His figure flickered and approached Jiang Tian like a ghost. However, when he was about 10 meters away from Jiang Tian, his figure suddenly changed. His figure suddenly became faintly discernible, like a translucent shadow. Then, his figure suddenly swayed and completely disappeared. Oh, where did he go? Is this ancient yoga? It can make him invisible. That's amazing. It's so scary. Ancient yoga is a technique that cultivates both the mind and the body. Just as Huaqing Tian and the others were feeling puzzled and amazed, Huaqing Tian and the others were shocked. Ha, you're just an ant. How dare you play invisibility in front of me? You're courting death. Jiang Tian smiled disdainfully. Suddenly, he turned his body and threw a sharp elbow strike at the void behind him. Amid the splashing blood and miserable screams, Xing's distorted face that was hit by Jiang Tian suddenly appeared in the void. Then, he completely revealed himself and flew out like a dead dog. How can he see through my divine concealment? This is the top secret technique of ancient yoga. His teeth fell out, half of his cheek was broken, and blood spurted out of his mouth. He did not even have the strength to get up. He could not help but be terrified. He did not know that Jiang Tian had divine sense and could sense heaven and earth. Although he had just created an illusion to hide his body, he could not hide his aura at all. Black-winged Batu's arms shook. Suddenly, 2 wings made of pure black light stretched out from his back. They were 5 or 6 meters long, and each of the feathers was extremely dense as if they were real. He flapped his wings and flew to a height of 10 meters like the legendary Lei Zhenzi and swooped down on Jiang Tian. Black smoke lingered in black-winged Batu's eyes. When he was 10 meters away from Jiang Tian, he suddenly flapped his wings. A few sharp sounds. Suddenly, the black feathers swept towards Jiang Tian like flying daggers. Those black feathers were filled with fiend qi, and each of them seemed to be made of steel. They were able to break rocks and kill transcendent grandmasters. Over 100 flying daggers were launched at Jiang Tian. Humph, you're still far from it. Jiang Tian smiled proudly and threw out another punch. This punch was simple and boundless. It was like an immortal had descended to execute a fist technique, and it carried a natural aura. With a rumbling sound, the fist soared into the sky, shattering the black feathers. The black-winged Batu flapped his wings and flew up and down to dodge the fist. Wherever the fist passed, the ice shattered, the earth shook, and a crack about 10 meters long appeared on the ground, causing everyone to shiver. This guy is so strong. His physical body, spells, and spiritual power are all incredibly strong. Ours heart thumped. There's no other way. Only by working together will we be able to suppress him. Grand Master Qing Lian held the purple gold staff and said with a gloomy face, "Together!" The rest of the overlords shouted. They were determined to obtain the imperial daughter flower, so they no longer cared about face. They immediately swept up rolling snow, surrounding Jiang Tian from all directions. Very well. Finally, all of you are going to join the fight? Jiang Tian sneered. His eyes shone brightly. In the cold wind, his black hair fluttered like a waterfall. A surge of battle intent was emitted from him, rising steadily until it reached the 9th level of the clouds. Very well, I am going to start a massacre today. Jiang Tian placed the little monkey on the ground and held the long-necked jade bottle with the princess flower in his left hand. With a low roar, he finally charged out. He wanted to fight the Southeast Asian experts alone. Jiang Tian's first target was our. He threw out a punch, and it was as if a dragon had emerged from the sea. You can't kill me. Aura shouted and waved his wooden staff. Suddenly, a wall of ice pillars rose from the ground, trying to stop Jiang Tian's attack. You think you can stop me with just a Dharma spell? Jiang Tian smiled proudly. This punch was unstoppable. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth and crush gods and Buddhas. It shattered the stone wall and arrived in front of Oyila in the blink of an eye. Arg! It was too late for Aura to dodge. He screamed and blocked his chest with his wooden staff. Crack! With a bang, the wooden staff shattered, and the fist shot out like a cannonball and landed on Oyila's chest. Crack! Crack! Amidst the bone-chilling sounds of bones breaking, Oyila spat out a mouthful of blood. His shriveled body was sent flying and crashed to the ground, kicking up a shower of ice and snow. Aura, the sixth on the Southeast Asian Overlord's leaderboard, was dead. As soon as Jiang Tian attacked, he killed Oyila with a single move. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone was enraged when they saw this. They used their most powerful skills and fought with each other to attack Jiang Tian. Suddenly, the peak of Mount Everest was filled with energy. Dust flew everywhere and the snow was shattered. The entire peak seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. These people were the most powerful overlords in Southeast Asia. They were the most powerful people in their own countries. They were as powerful as Hong Tianzhao and could even compete with Lin Zhenyu. At this moment, they were all tempted by the sight of the princess flower. They didn't hold back at all and attacked with all their might. It was equivalent to 4 or 5 Lin Zhenyu attacking at the same time. Even if Yi Zhantian was here, he would have to be cautious. Jiang Tian was determined to obtain the Empress flower, so he did not hold back at all. He used all of his ultimate techniques. Sword. Jiang Tian used his true essence and the sword of the heavenly court flew out of Hu Qingtian's hand and landed in Jiang Tian's hand. Crack. Dark light flickered as Jiang Tian slashed down with his sword. The sharp sword light was like a waterfall, pressing down on a large area of the void. Arg! Sing screamed and flew backward. Blood gushed out of his body. Half of his shoulder and left arm were cut off by Jiang Tian's sword, revealing the white bone stubble. He was about to stop the bleeding. Stop screaming. I will send you to hell. Jiang Tian swung the sword backward. Crack. Amidst the surging waves of blood, his head was chopped off. The yoga guru, the second most powerful man in India, Singh, was dead. Bang, bang. Jiang Tian fought with the remaining experts, causing the entire peak of Mount Everest to be shaken. Mountain rocks were shattered, snow was flying everywhere, and the earth was shaking. Many overlords attacked at the same time, but Jiang Tian's Dharma treasures, Dharma spells, talismans, and Thunderwood were not at a disadvantage at all. The scene was a mess. Everyone could only see light curtains spinning around in the rolling ice and snow, leaving behind afterimages that couldn't be seen clearly. Powerful. Kong Teichu is too powerful. Many of the experts watching the battle felt dizzy. It was too much for their eyes to take in. They couldn't help but shudder and sigh with emotion. I had never thought that Master Kong would be so powerful. Indeed. It looks like Master Kang's killing of Lin Zhenyu was not a coincidence. Hu Qingtian and Wei Feilong's hearts raced as shock was written all over their faces. They had seen how Jiang Tian killed Lin Zhenyu and were very impressed by Jiang Tian. However, they realized that they had underestimated Jiang Tian's power. He is so powerful. He is as powerful as a half-step to immortal state warrior. Wu Yingxiong, young Magus god, and Soundless Shadow were terrified. They felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar and lost all will to fight. Boom! Suddenly, Jiang Tian leaned his shoulder and directly broke Master Qing Lian's purple gold staff in the middle. Master Qing Lian also flew out miserably. Everyone thought that Jiang Tian was going to follow up with another attack. However, to everyone's surprise, Jiang Tian turned around and shot into the sky like a shooting star, heading straight for Ba Tu's day. Ba Tu had been looking down at Qin Fan from above. He fired a series of black chi feathers at Qin Fan. Jiang Tian couldn't hurt him, so he had nothing to fear. He was also fighting to his heart's content. Although he couldn't cause any real damage to Jiang Tian, it definitely caused a serious disturbance to Jiang Tian. How can he be so fast? Seeing Jiang Tian charging at him like an arrow, Ba Tu turned pale with fright, his face filled with disbelief. However, Ba Tu was a seasoned fighter on the Southeast Asian power roll. He flapped his wings and quickly backed away. Then he tried to evade Jiang Tian's attack. However, compared to Jiang Tian's movement technique and speed, he was still too far behind. Jiang Tian chased after him like a shadow and crashed into him. Jiang Tian's body and strength were extremely strong. Even if Ba Tu used his black wings to protect himself, it would still be useless. Blackwing Ba Tu let out a blood-curdling scream, blood spurted out from his mouth. Both of his wings were shattered, and a huge hole was created in his chest by Jiang Tian. His skin and flesh were torn open, and blood was gushing out from his wounds. He was sent flying out like a rag. Bang! Ba Tu fell to the ground. His heart was filled with horror. He lay on the ground and shouted, "Helicopter, open fire!" He was worried that Jiang Tian would destroy the princess flower, so he didn't give the order to open fire. However, at this moment, he understood that leaving Mount Everest alive was an extravagant hope. He couldn't care less. He had to kill Jiang Tian first. As for the princess flower, he would take as much as he could. Suddenly, the 4 M134 miniguns on the two choppers locked onto Jiang Tian and opened fire. The minigun was a multi-barreled rotary machine gun. Designed by the American Richard Jordan minigun in 1860, it was the first machine gun to be put into practical use. It was also the fastest gun in the world. After improvement, it could fire 5,000 bullets per minute. It was powerful and could turn the target into a sieve. In addition, it used 13 mm armor-piercing, incendiary, and explosive bullets. Its lethality was huge. One bullet could break a person's waist. It was a peerless killing machine. Usually, the Blackwing mercenaries used this kind of equipment to deal with helicopters and light armored vehicles. Using it to fight people was like using a butcher's knife to kill a chicken. Bang, bang, bang. Streams of sparks shot out from the rapidly spinning gun barrel. Those were the sparks brought about by the densely packed bullets. They connected into many straight lines, gushing toward Jiang Tian like a metal tempest. They instantly interweaved into a net of fire, completely enveloping Jiang Tian. Suddenly, the ground was in a mess. The ice and snow collapsed, and the bucket-sized boulders were hit and rolled all over the ground. The rain-like bullets left shocking bullet marks on the ground and rocks. Ice, snow, and stone fragments flew everywhere. Flames swallowed and spat out, and a thick smoke rose into the sky and spread in all directions. In this situation, even a half-step divine realm expert would be turned into a sieve. Grand Master Green Lotus stared at the area filled with black smoke with a sinister look in his eyes and cackled with a smug expression. "We should have killed him long ago. It's a pity that the princess flower would be destroyed." Blackwing Ba Tu walked to Master Qing Lian's side and said with a lingering fear. The others were also complacent and thought that Jiang Tian was dead. Chapter 275. That kind of heavy firepower, coupled with armor-piercing and incendiary bullets, could even kill a half-step immortal state warrior. Although Jiang Tian was famous in China, he was only at the peak of the transcendent state and was still far from reaching the immortal state. Although a transcendent state cultivator was able to form qi into righteousness, it depended on the type of weapon used. Normally speaking, even a peak transcendent state cultivator could only withstand one or a few shots from a small caliber weapon. However, it would be impossible for him to withstand a barrage of bullets from a large caliber weapon. In short, his true qi reserves were limited, and it was not enough to last for so long. Is Master Kong dead? Wei Feilong's eyes were brimming with tears. Despicable! Under such circumstances, the long formation should have shown up. Qing Tian gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles were about to crack. Sigh. What a shame that Master Kong is so talented. Wei Feilong heaved a sigh. For some reason, he suddenly felt disappointed in Yi Zhantian's long formation cultivation. The princess flower was a spirit plant that grew at the northern foot of Mount Everest in Wuxia. It was supposed to belong to Wuxia. However, for the past 10 years, the long formation had allowed Master Green Lotus to occupy it. Even now, the long formation remained silent. "Let's go," Wu Yingxiong shook his head and let out a wry smile. Even Yi Zhantian couldn't withstand the barrage of bullets, let alone Jiang Tian. Plus, the House of Shadowblight and the Ghost Witch sect were not strong enough to fight for the Princess Flower. What was the point of staying here? Jiang Taichu's strength is not bad, but it's a pity that the other party used the cannon god to blast him. Young Divine Warrior God shook his head and shrugged. He was gloating over Ba Ba's misfortune. Perhaps it was because he was also young that he was jealous of Jiang Tian's prowess and fame. Within a minute, several ammunition belts had been emptied. More than 10,000 bullets had been fired, just when everyone thought that this dispute was going to end, and even the black-winged Ba Tu had already stepped on the steaming bullet shells and walked towards the black smoke. "TSK, is this the power of Mini Hill? It's nothing much. It's like you're tickling me." Suddenly, a cold voice came out from the black smoke and the flames that filled the sky. Then, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Jiang Tian stepped out of the billowing black smoke. Jiang Tian held the jade bottle in one hand and the heavenly quartz sword in the other. He looked relaxed and unharmed. There wasn't even a speck of dust on his white shirt. In an instant, everyone felt their scalps go numb, as if they were about to explode. Not even a single hair was injured. How is this possible? Wu Yingxiong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He's too strong. What is his cultivation level? How could a peak transcendent state cultivator be so powerful? How could his true chi be so powerful? Young Wizard God looked at Jiang Tian in disbelief. He thought Jiang Tian was the biggest threat he had ever faced. Soundless Shadow remained silent. However, his trembling hands betrayed his shock and astonishment. Master Kong is still alive. He is so powerful. Wei Feilong laughed through his tears. He was so excited that he almost jumped out of his seat. "I'm afraid that Master Kong has already reached the immortal state." Hu Qingtian suddenly thought of a possibility. How is this possible? At this moment, Grand Master Green Lotus shrieked as if his anus had been ruptured. Even the most powerful machine gun in the world couldn't kill him. Could he be half a step away from immortal state? Fire! The black-winged Ba Tu was shocked out of his wits. However, the next second, he screamed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Yes, under such circumstances, there was no time to think about the Crown Princess Flower. They had to kill Jiang Tian to save their lives. However, Jiang Tian had already moved a step ahead of them. Chi La, his figure was like a bolt of lightning, shooting straight up into the sky. Flickering light and passing shadow. Jiang Tian would not give them the chance to do so. He used his movement skill, and his body rose up to 10 meters in the air. Then, without giving the pilot a chance to aim or fire, he slashed down with his sword. Swoosh! A huge black lightning flashed across the sky. The cockpit of one of the helicopters was sliced off. The helicopter lost its power and crashed into a mountain peak like a headless fly. Jiang Tian didn't even look at the helicopter. He swung his sword again and a 10-meter-long sword aura swept out. With a loud boom, another helicopter exploded, turning into pieces of scrap metal that fell to the ground. The propellers swept up the mountain rocks, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The black-winged Ba Tu was heartbroken. His heart was bleeding. These two helicopters were worth tens of millions of US dollars. They were his favorite. However, they were destroyed by Chen Fan's sword. But now, he didn't have time to feel sorry for them. He flapped his wings and turned into a beam of light, flying toward the south of Mt. Everest. Kong Taichu is too powerful. He has the ability to dominate Southeast Asia. I'm afraid that only Master Wang Chongyan can kill him. As he ran, he screamed in his heart. At the same time, he swore to himself, I have to report this to the president as soon as possible. We have to get rid of this brat by the roots. Otherwise, the Star Continent Union might be destroyed. His movement skill was comparable to the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, he was hundreds of meters away. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly. He saw a figure standing in the air in front of him. Do you think you can run away? Jiang Tian snorted disdainfully. His body turned into a shadow and crashed into Ba Tu's day. Ugh. The black-winged Ba Tu couldn't dodge the attack. He screamed and spat out blood. He fell to the ground like a rag doll. Go to hell! Sush. Jiang Tian didn't show any mercy. He infused his true essence into the black sword of the heavenly court and swung it. A dazzling sword light that was 10 meters long swept across and directly cut off the head of the black-clothed Ba Tu, who was falling rapidly. Jiang Tian did a somersault and landed on the ground from a height of 10 meters. He held the blood-dripping sword in his hand, and his gaze was as cold as a saber. He looked at the shocked Grand Master Green Lotus, who stood alone on the snow. It's your turn now, bald man. Master Kong, I didn't know you were so powerful. I didn't expect that there would be someone as powerful as you in Wuxia. Daoist Qing Lian forced himself to calm down and admitted defeat. He said respectfully, Fine, fine. I admit defeat. I'm willing to shake hands and make peace with you. I'll let you have the D&V flower. I'll never set foot in Wuxia again. Humph, bald man, you must be mistaken. Jiang Tian looked calm, but his eyes became colder and colder. He said sarcastically, when you joined forces with them to attack me just now, you called me a devil and said that I should be killed by everyone. You didn't want to shake hands with me. Well, now that the Buddha's staff is broken and the prayer beads are broken, you're admitting defeat and begging for mercy. You're really a fence-sitter. He dragged the heavenly court sword that was dripping with blood and approached Master Green Lotus indifferently. Blood dripped on the ground, leaving streaks of red, like plum blossoms blooming in winter. Unfortunately, I, Kong Teichu, will never do stupid things like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. I also know the principle of eliminating evil by cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Jiang Tian said indifferently. Master Kong, why are you so aggressive? I know you're a top martial arts master in Wuxia, but there are also many masters in Indian Buddhism. Master Green Lotus's face turned cold, and he was fully alert. Then he said angrily, my disciples and followers are more than tens of millions. If you dare to kill me today, you'll be greeted with their bloody. You talk too much. Go to hell, bald man. Jiang Tian laughed. With a sound, the black heavenly court sword slashed down like a thunderbolt. With a swoosh, the sword light flashed through the void like a river of stars falling from the ninth heaven. Evil man, how dare you? Master Green Lotus roared angrily, but he suddenly froze before he could even form a Buddhist seal with his hands. After 3 seconds of stillness, Grand Master Green Lotus's body was split into two in the middle amidst the surging waves of blood. His corpse and his steaming internal organs fell to the ground. Master Green Lotus, 5th on the Southeast Asia power ranking and the top monk in India, was dead. At that moment, the entire place was dead silent. Only the sound of falling snow and the whistling of the wind could be heard. Blood stained the snow, broken limbs and corpses were piled up. The entire Mount Everest was a mess. Blood chi surged into the sky, making it look like hell. Everyone was dumbstruck as they looked at Jiang Tian, who was stepping on a pool of blood like a demon god. Their faces were filled with shock. Jiang Tian fought against many masters in Southeast Asia alone and turned the tables. He took on the heavy machine gun fire head-on and killed all of them. He stood at the top of the mountain and made all the masters submit to him. He was peerless. If this news were to spread, it would shock all the masters in the world. Even Wang Chongyan from the Chinese Society of Singapore would be wary of him. Wu Xiong, I've destroyed your grandson's cultivation. Do you still want revenge? Suddenly, Jiang Tian looked at him indifferently. Pluck. Wu Xiong knelt on the ground and kowtowed. He said in a trembling voice, Master Kong, I know I'm wrong. It's his honor and the Wu family's honor that you're teaching him a lesson on behalf of the old man. Everyone could not believe that Wu Xiong was suppressed by Chen Fan. Wu Xiong was a tyrant in the southwest region of Yunnan and Guizhou. He was on par with Huaqing Tian and could even suppress Zhao Yuankuan. The likes of Hong Tianzhao, Wei Shuofeng and Su Zhenlei were nothing compared to him. But today, after seeing Jiang Tian's monstrous might, he only felt that Jiang Tian was a giant beast, and he was like a little white rabbit in front of Jiang Tian, not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. Very good. You know the rules. Jiang Tian walked with his hands behind his back. Many powerhouses had fearful looks in their eyes as they retreated and opened up a path. Silent shadow, right? Then, he looked at soundless shadow indifferently, and a faint pressure pressed down on him. Master Kong, what orders do you have for me? Soundless shadow was suppressed to the point that he found it difficult to breathe. Taking 2 steps back, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. His face turned cold as he hurriedly cupped his fists respectfully. At this moment, he had witnessed Jiang Tian's powerful cultivation and spells. He only felt that his little bit of poison and goo cultivation was like a clown in front of Jiang Tian. It was not worth mentioning at all, let alone being able to harm Jiang Tian at all. Jiang Tian, on the other hand, could kill him with a raise of his hand. Do you have any objections if I take this princess flower? Jiang Tian asked with a faint smile. Of course I have no objections. Master Kong taking this divine herb is what everyone wants. Silent Shadow was cold and arrogant, but he could not be arrogant in front of Jiang Tian. He was afraid that Jiang Tian would kill him with a raise of his hand. Chapter 276. What about you, young sorcerer god? Do you have a problem with that? Jiang Tian suddenly turned his head and glanced at young divine warrior god, who was sitting on the edge of his seat, as he released a stream of divine sense. Young sorcerer god practiced an evil art and was very sensitive to divine sense. He felt as if his head was about to explode. He fell to the ground with a thud. His hair was disheveled and he was bleeding from all the orifices on his face. He looked like a demon that had just crawled out from hell. Master Kong, please spare my life. I have no problem with that. Young sorcerer god struggled to kneel on the ground. His immortal will was almost shattered by Jiang Tian's attack. His head was hurting, but he still had the strength to suck up to Jiang Tian. The princess flower is a spiritual treasure. Only a talented and virtuous overlord like Grandmaster Jiang deserves it. Do any of you have a problem with that? If anyone has a problem with that, come and take it from me. Jiang Tian's indifferent gaze swept over the crowd as he coldly reprimanded. I would not dare. Master Kong, I would not dare. Many experts lowered their arrogant heads one after another, not daring to breathe too loudly. Some of the younger experts with slightly lower cultivations even knelt on the ground and bowed to Jiang Tian as a disciple, worshipping him. Jiang Tian was pleased with their reaction. He saw that everyone's faces were filled with fear and uneasiness. However, there was not a single trace of hatred on their faces. No one would dare to covet it. Very well, Jiang Tian nodded slowly and said with a smile, then this stalk of spiritual herb belongs to me. Diansong. Jiang Tian looked at the people from Diansong and smiled coldly. Master Kong, please spare my life. In the end, even the people from Diansong did not dare to make any more noise and knelt on the ground. There was no longer any trace of arrogance on their faces as they begged Jiang Tian not to kill them. A semi-hidden faction? What's so great about that? Even if you are beaten up, you will still feel pain. Even if you are killed, you will still feel fear. Jiang Tianpai smiled leisurely and said, help me pass a message to your sect master. Today, it was your Diansong that provoked us first. Don't take revenge. Otherwise, it won't be just killing a few disciples of your Diansong. I will annihilate your Diansong sect. Yes, we will definitely bring it over. Many Diansong disciples knelt on the ground, trembling. Let's go. Jiang Tian was too lazy to look at the crowd and rushed down the mountain. His movements were as fast as lightning, rolling up the rolling ice and snow like a white dragon. His figure flickered a few times and disappeared among the lofty mountains and steep ridges. After Jiang Tian and the other two left, there was dead silence on the peak of Mount Everest. Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a long time. Only the whistling of the wind and the falling snow could be heard. I will go into seclusion and not come out for 20 years. Ing said with a complicated look on his face. Then, he swayed his body and disappeared in front of everyone. He'd always been proud and aloof, and he thought highly of himself. But when he saw Jiang Taichu's might today, he knew that he was nothing before a true expert, and the difference between them was too great. In other words, with Kong Taichu around, there was no way for a young man like him to stand out. I have to report this to my sect. If I ever see Kong Taichu again, I will have to avoid him. Young divine warrior mumbled to himself as he hurried down the mountain. Wu Xiong was still standing there in a daze. Then, he looked up at the sky and heaved a sigh. Kong Taichu was like a god during the battle on the peak of Mount Everest. Half of Southeast Asia's Dao sects were destroyed in a day. Everyone was silent, fear in their eyes. They only felt that Jiang Tian's performance in this battle was really like that of a god. Blarg! After Jiang Tian went down the mountain, he staggered and fell to the ground. The jade bottle also rolled to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood, drenching the front of his shirt. Master Kong, are you okay? Huqing Tian and Wei Feilong were shocked. They hurriedly helped Jiang Tian up with concern in their eyes. That heavy machine gun was really scary. Seeing that the Empress flower was not damaged, Jiang Tian felt relieved. He hurriedly hugged it like he was hugging a baby that had been passed down for 5 generations. Wiping off the ice and snow, he sat on the snowy ground and squeezed out a bitter smile. After 3 minutes of continuous fire, over 10,000 bullets were fired. My aura defense was almost depleted. I had to secretly take more than 10 top-quality pills to hang on to my last breath and continue fighting. Now that I have let my guard down, I can't hold on any longer. At this moment, a thought flashed through his mind. It seemed that this body was still too weak. Moreover, the cultivation resources on Earth were scarce and the energy was too little. Even if he used the primal chaos creation formula to refine it, he still couldn't reach a level that satisfied him. On the path of cultivation, physical body, spirit, cultivation techniques, magical treasures, and other external materials were indispensable. His divine sense and cultivation techniques were very powerful, but this weak body had become the shackles of his divine sense and cultivation techniques. The only thing he could do now was to find suitable materials to reconstruct his body. Now that he had found the D-daughter flower and solved Qing'er's cultivation problem, it was time to deal with this important matter. Sigh. Master Kong is so affectionate to Madam. If Madam knew, she would be moved to tears, Huqing sighed. According to Jiang Tian's instructions, he took out a few pills and fed them to Jiang Tian. Yes, as the saying goes, deep love leads to righteousness. To be able to follow the affectionate and righteous Master Kong is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. Wei Feilong said with a sigh. It could be said that most people in the martial arts world of Huaxia thought highly of themselves. They either kept their mistresses in a golden house or had multiple wives and concubines. In the eyes of these martial artists, women were nothing more than playthings to relieve their boredom. How could they be like Jiang Tian, who was so affectionate and righteous that he didn't hesitate to fight the Southeast Asian army alone to let his wife cultivate? Please don't tell her. The corner of Jiang Tian's mouth was stained with blood. His face was pale and his breathing was very weak. After taking the pills, he felt a little better and said indifferently, "It's all my fault for not being capable enough. It's just a few vultures from Southeast Asia and they actually injured me." Wei Feilong quickly drove the off-road vehicle over. The two of them helped Jiang Tian into the car. Jiang Tian closed his eyes and started to refine the healing pills. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go back to Linzhou. I want to go home." At this moment, Jiang Tian was very anxious to return home. He wanted to see the smile on his beloved wife's face. He wanted to witness her awakening of the divine body and advancing by leaps and bounds. "Don't worry, Master Kong. We'll go home now." Wei Feilong also hurried the car. However, he still felt dizzy. Jiang Tian immediately sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to rest and refine the pills. While Jiang Tian was on his way to Linzhou, an earth-shattering piece of news swept across Huaxia like a hurricane. and even the entire world was in an uproar. Kong Techu had fought with many Southeast Asian overlords on the summit of Mount Everest. He had won every battle and was invincible. I heard that the Master of Heaven, Oyila, could control many powers. I didn't expect that she would die in the hands of Kong Techu. A Western overlord and the leader of the Scarlet Assassin organization posted the news on the Darknet. The Darknet was the most mysterious website in the world of Darknet. Many martial arts overlords and mutants gathered there. Of course, there were also people who would post bounties and kill missions, or all kinds of shady deals. How is this possible? That's the fourth most powerful overlord in Southeast Asia. He's a veteran warlock with spells and divine powers. In Southeast Asia, I'm afraid only Wang Chongyan can defeat him. Upon seeing this piece of news, an expert immediately cried out in horror. Yeah, I remember that 10 years ago, the Sword Tiger Assassin organization, ranked 7th in the world, had assassinated a tycoon in Malaysia. However, what the Sword Tiger didn't know was that this tycoon was a believer of Oyila and was under her protection. When Oyila found out about it, she went to the Sword Tiger's headquarters, Olan City in the Apennine half-island. In just 30 minutes, she killed more than 100 fully armed sword tigers with large-caliber firearms. Not even their bones were left. As a result, Oyila became famous after that battle, and the name of the Master of Heaven spread across the world. Even now, many overlords still had lingering fears when they talked about Oyila's fierce battle results. Because of this, they couldn't believe that the young man from Wuxia could kill Oyila. I saw it with my own eyes. The leader of the Scarlet Assassin organization was watching the battle from afar and saw some of it with his own eyes. He immediately said, not only him, even Black Wing Ba too, Indian Yoga Master Singh, the #1 monk, Master Green Lotus, Gurukul Master Grey Clothed Man, and Giant Elephant Tyson were all killed together. Kong Techu fought alone and only took about half an hour. As soon as this was said, the entire dark net went silent. No one was spamming the screen anymore, as if the server had crashed. Everyone was completely stunned. Blackwing Batu? The leader of the Blackwing mercenaries? Are you kidding me? They have heavy weapons. Yeah, Scarlet Assassin organization, don't talk nonsense. Green Lotus is ranked 5th in Southeast Asia. Even Singh is in the top 10 of Southeast Asia. After a full 5 minutes, someone finally said in disbelief. It's true, I saw it too. Kong Techu is too strong. At this time, another overlord appeared to support the Scarlet Assassin organization. This overlord's ID was the Observer. Looking at the time of registration, it was already 20 years ago. The Observer has appeared. Hurry up and tell us what's going on. This Kong Techu, where did he come from? The forums suddenly exploded. Everyone was very excited. The Observer was the world's #1 information broker in the Darknet. He had a very high reputation in the Darknet. This person's background was very mysterious. He had been active in the dark world for more than 10 years, but no one knew whether he was a man or a woman, and no one had seen his true face. The Observer had an extremely strong ability to collect information. He was known for providing accurate, detailed, and trustworthy information. There was almost no secret in the dark world that he did not know. He was known as the Darknet Encyclopedia, the Walking Darknet, and other titles. However, the Observer did not belong to any organization or force. He did not have any affiliation with the intelligence agencies of various countries. He never participated in any disputes in the dark world. He was completely neutral and would keep secrets for the information buyers. Therefore, almost all the major overlord organizations in the world liked to deal with the Observer, inquire about information by information, and even let him provide all kinds of suggestions as an artificial brain. There was no lack of the intelligence agencies of some superpowers. This Kong Techu is the person who killed Big Circle Lin Zhenyu. No wonder you guys, Hua Xia's name has never been easy to remember. The Observer sent a grinning emoji. Chapter 277. It's him. This Kong Teichu is invincible, everyone exclaimed in amazement. But that's impossible. Someone said confidently, Guru Qing Lian has many followers and possesses telekinesis. He is as powerful as Lin Zhenyu. This battle was like 7 or 8 Lin Zhenyu attacking him at the same time. It's true. I have a video for you to watch. The observer immediately released a short video that was only 3 minutes long. The video was shot some distance away from the summit of Mount Everest. The camera was also shaky. It was nighttime and there was a snowstorm, so the video was not very clear. But it was still possible to see the shocking process of the battle. Oh my God! Even the cannon god could not kill him. Is he even human? He can fly. Even Ba Tu the Black Wing is not as fast as him. He is like Superman. He knows how to cast spells. He killed Guru Qing Lian with one strike. When the overlords clicked on the video, they were shocked and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. If not for the fact that the video was posted by the observer, they would have suspected that the video was a fake. Finally, the observer made the final decision, making the final footnote for this pinnacle battle. This battle on the summit of Mount Everest is of great significance. Kong Teichu's influence has spread beyond the borders of China to Southeast Asia. He is now qualified to fight Wang Chongyan. After this battle, the Chinese Club of Singapore has lost 3 of its most powerful members. How can Wang Chongyan tolerate this? My guess is that Kong Teichu and Wang Chongyan of the Chinese Club of Singapore are going to have a great battle. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place fell into dead silence. Wang Chongyan of the Chinese Club of Singapore. He was the king of Singapore. He was the number 1 in Southeast Asia and the top 20 on the heaven roll. He was one of the most powerful overlords in the history of Wuxia. He was on par with Yi Zhantian's father. Rumor had it that he was half a step away from the immortal state. Even Lin Zhenyu had to greet him respectfully. And now, Kong Teichu, who was still unknown a year ago, actually had the qualifications to fight with Wang Zhongyan. All the experts felt suffocated, and they felt as if a new star was slowly rising, shining brightly. While the entire dark world was in an uproar because of the battle at the peak of Mount Everest, after 3 days of travel, Jiang Tian arrived in Linzhou and returned to King's number 1 villa. Only when you have loved, do you know how to cherish. Only when you have lost, do you know how to cherish. Home, his beloved wife. These were the things that he longed for the most. Hubby, you're finally back. Are you all right? Zhao Xueqing immediately came up to him. With tears in her eyes, she carefully looked at Jiang Tian. Seeing his pale face, she couldn't help but worry. I'm fine, aren't I perfectly fine? Jiang Tian smiled as he stretched out his arms and spun in a circle. But, your complexion. Zhao Xueqing knew that even if Jiang Tian had gone through untold hardships and narrowly escaped death, he would still say, I'm fine, I'm fine. She looked at Hua Qinghan and Wei Feilong and asked softly, Mr. Hua, Mr. Wei, you accompanied my husband all the way. It's been hard on you. Did you encounter any danger? It's fine. Mount Everest is a remote place. When we went there, there was no one. We got it quickly. Looking at Jiang Tian's warning look, Hua Qinghan hurriedly said, Wasn't there a very powerful monk? Zhao Xueqing knew that he was lying, so she asked. Wei Feilong hurriedly laughed and said, That monk is an enlightened senior monk. He is kind and benevolent. Master Kong moved him emotionally and reasoned with him, and he gave in. After all, he is an enlightened senior monk. You know how to reason? Zhao Xueqing looked at Jiang Tian in astonishment. She was skeptical. Of course, I'm very reasonable. My ability to persuade people is excellent. Jiang Tian looked pleased, but he snorted coldly in his heart. Who can reason with their fists? All right, Qing'e, stop talking nonsense. I've already brought back the D-new flower. Jiang Tian smiled and took out the D-new flower from the jade bottle in his backpack. Hua Qingtian and Wei Feilong had a funny feeling. It was like a cowardly husband who was being controlled by his wife and had to hand over his salary. This is the D-new flower? Qing'er's delicate body couldn't help but tremble. With tears in her eyes, she said softly, "If I eat it, I can cultivate?" As soon as she saw the new flower, she smelled a refreshing fragrance. The abundant spirit qi that was naturally emitted made her feel refreshed, as if she had been enlightened. She felt very comfortable. What was even more amazing was that she felt as if she was connected to this flower. It's not that you can cultivate. You've been cultivating this entire time, and your current level has already far surpassed mine. Once you consume the new flower, you'll be able to unleash your cultivation. I'll have to rely on you in the future, Jiang Tian said with a gratified expression. He had just checked the spell formation around the villa. After more than a year of cultivation, Qing'er had absorbed all of the spiritual energy within a radius of a few kilometers. Even the spiritual nature of the spell formation had disappeared. Furthermore, she had swallowed many spirit pills and elixirs as if they were jelly beans. It could be said that her current cultivation was already at the late-stage qi refinement stage, and she was even more powerful than him. The image of Qing'er unleashing her cultivation appeared in Jiang Tian's mind. He was very much looking forward to it and was even a little excited. Well, Madam's cultivation is even more powerful than Master Kang's. Huqing Tian was stunned and felt dizzy. He felt as if his brain wasn't big enough. Just how strong was he? Yes, my family has always been dominated by strong women and weak men. There's no other way. Jiang Tian sighed with a smile. Madam is a supreme beauty, and Master Kang is a dragon among men. Wei Feilong exclaimed in admiration. He clapped and laughed. From now on, Master Kang and Madam will travel the world together like a celestial couple. It'll be a beautiful story. Master, don't you need to refine this new flower into a pill? Shen Mange asked softly. No need. Jiang Tian waved his hand and smiled. This new flower is a spiritual item of heaven and earth, and it's naturally compatible with Qing'er's body. If I refine it, I'll lose its medicinal properties, so I'll just swallow it. It's so big I can't eat it. Should I make a cold dish, stir-fry, or hot pot? Qing'er smiled mischievously. It was rare for her to crack a joke. In an instant, it was as if hundreds of flowers had bloomed in the world. It was much brighter and more beautiful. She was like a 16-year-old girl, bright, charming, and cute. Huqing Tian and Wei Feilong were stunned. They quickly looked away, not daring to look again. Any method will lose its medicinal properties. The best way is to break it into pieces and swallow it directly. Jiang Tian immediately found a juicer and broke the DNV flower. He then mixed in some of the 5-element spiritual liquid that he had collected before and poured it into the juicer. A moment later, a bowl of bright red juice was poured into a white jade cup that Jiang Tian had carved with Dao patterns and runes. At this time, the spiritual qi was even richer, and a delicate fragrance wafted in the air. The cup emitted multicolored haze, and the medicinal liquid was full of strange phenomena. It was as if a divine phoenix was soaring in the air, and it was even letting out waves of phoenix cries. It was unforgettable and shocking. As expected of a peerless medicine, the ice spring that flows through its roots is called the catalytic liquid by many powerhouses. What about the main body? Huqing Tian and Wei Feilong sighed. They were very envious, but they knew that Jiang Tian would not share a drop with them. That's right, in Master Kang's eyes, nothing was more important than his wife. They had to wait. Hubby, can I drink it now? Qing'er's slender hand trembled slightly. She carefully held the jade cup and looked nervously at Jiang Tian. Drink it? Seeing him nod slightly, Qing'er took a deep breath and drank the medicinal liquid in one gulp. At this moment, Zhao Xueqing only felt that the qi and blood in her body were boiling. Every cell and every drop of blood was jumping, growing, and cheering. Streams of powerful aura condensed in her acupoints. They first condensed into raindrops, then into streams, and finally converged in her meridians. They were already surging and roaring like a torrential river. An unprecedented sense of power filled every inch of her flesh and blood, and every meridian. I can even fly, Zhao Xueqing said in a daze. In everyone's eyes, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared on Zhao Xueqing's body. That aura rose steadily, causing the space around her to tremble violently. It was like rippling water that was blurry and indeterminate. So strong. Shen Mange stumbled back with a frightened look in her eyes as she felt a strong momentum pushing out from her. Even Huaqing Tian and Wei Feilong were suppressed to the point that their bones creaked and their qi and blood surged in their chests. They looked at each other in astonishment and also took a few steps back. Finally, the powerful aura was like a nuclear explosion. With a bang, it violently spread in all directions. Suddenly, the surrounding tables and chairs were all sent flying more than 10 meters away. The paintings on the walls were all turned into powder. Many porcelain and jade bottles on the antique shelves first had cracks, and then they all shattered with a series of explosive sounds. Huaqing Tian and Wei Feilong were directly sent flying into the courtyard. Fortunately, they didn't faint. The power of the mistress is actually so terrifying. I almost vomited blood from the shock. They raised their heads with difficulty and looked at Zhao Xueqing in the living room with fear in their eyes. However, they saw an even more shocking scene. At this time, Qing'er's eyes were slightly closed. Her jade face was radiant, and there were thousands of auspicious rays of light lingering around her body. She looked incomparably holy, like the goddess of mercy who saved everyone. But suddenly, her beautiful eyebrows slightly wrinkled, as if she felt some pain. She raised her head and shouted. Behind her, Qi La. Like two colorful lightning bolts, two 10-meter-long golden rock-like wings stretched out, followed by a colorful phoenix tail. The golden feathers seemed to be cast in gold, the blue feathers were like ice crystals, the red feathers were like flames, and the white feathers were like snow. They were brilliant and dazzling. It was unknown what they were made of, but they were vivid and lifelike. Then, a red phoenix's shadow appeared on Zhao Xueqing's body and merged with her. The phoenix's eyes were wide open, and its tail was swaying. Its wings were flapping slightly with a powerful aura. It was indomitable, and it had a peerless majesty that looked down on the world. The immortal body of 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 the immortal. Seeing this, Jiang Tian was shocked, and his face was filled with ecstasy and anticipation. Chapter 278. Divine Power Lingxi Finger. It can destroy a peak transcendent state cultivator with one finger. Jiang Tian's eyes were full of anticipation. At the same time, he also used his immortal will to help Zhao Xueqing awaken this divine power. Zhao Xueqing absorbed the phoenix into her body. Her energy was even stronger. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed it in the air. There was a loud rumble. A lightning-like finger radiance shot out and smashed the fake mountain in the courtyard into powder. Wherever the finger aura passed, a 20-meter-long and 1-meter-wide mark appeared on the lawn and the road. Even the bluestone pavement seemed to have been dug up by an excavator. It was forcibly blasted open by the finger radiance, revealing fresh soil that was more than a meter deep. It was a shocking sight. This finger aura can destroy an armored car. Huaqing Tian and Wei Feilong murmured to themselves in shock. Jiang Tian was overjoyed. Qing'er's Lingxi finger was much more powerful than his. He glanced at Huaqing Tian and Wei Feilong and said with a smile, "The next one will be even more powerful. Be careful. Oh my God, run." Hearing this, the two of them screamed and jumped up 100 meters away. They watched from afar, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. It has the divine power, Fire Phoenix Eyes. Once used, it can burn the sky and melt everything in the world. Jiang Tian used his immortal will to speak with anticipation. Qing'er's clear and beautiful eyes flickered for a while. First, 2 needle-like golden dots appeared. Then, they turned into 2 golden flowers that suddenly bloomed. Finally, suddenly, there was a crashing sound. 2 crimson flames shot out from the pair of limpid eyes, shooting 10 meters away and enveloping the void. Oh my god, this is definitely 10 times more powerful than Lin Zhenyu's lava fire poison. Wei Feilong looked at the rolling flames, and the shock in his eyes reached a point where it couldn't be any greater. With such power, Mistress is indeed a supreme beauty. She is like a god. Hu Qingtian's face was full of reverence, longing, and fear as he sighed, as if he had seen a goddess. Indeed, in this world, only Mistress is worthy of Grandmaster Jiang. Shen Mange thought deeply and muttered to herself with a shocked expression as she looked at the figure standing proudly. At this moment, he felt that Zhao Xueqing was truly like a goddess who looked down upon the world with disdain. Then, under the guidance of Jiang Tian's immortal will, Qing'er awakened a few more divine powers. It has the divine power of the phoenix awe-inspiring. Once used, it can suppress a transcendent master. It has the divine power of the phoenix heart art. It can bring the dead back to life, heal injuries, and cure poison. It has divine power of the divine power of the 9 heavens. It's a movement technique that can shatter the void and achieve instantaneous movement. It's unfathomable and almost breaks the sound barrier. It has the divine power of the phoenix feather sky. The hidden weapon technique uses the true essence of the phoenix body to form a feather-shaped chi weapon. It can kill thousands of soldiers. Divine abilities awakened one after another. Even Jiang Tian felt shocked, a bit dumbstruck, unable to accept this. The stainless phoenix immortal physique was a physique that had been nurtured for 12 generations in the cultivation world. Although it had its drawbacks, making it difficult to stimulate one's cultivation, once one consumed the D-new flower to replenish their energy, they would be able to break through their shackles and suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The divine power of the deity body was almost instinctive. It could be used instantly and could kill people without leaving a trace. It was many times more powerful than Dharma spells and talismans. Even though Qing'er was not powerful enough and had only awakened less than 10 divine powers, she could definitely kill a transcendent master and even fight with a half-step immortal state warrior. As for Iron Body and Inner Force experts, in front of Qing'er, they were as insignificant as ants and dust. She could sweep them away with a wave of her hand. After Qing'er had used all the divine powers she had awakened so far. I didn't expect there to be such a powerful overlord in this world. Wei Feilong shook his head bitterly and heaved a sigh. I feel like I have wasted my decades of hard work. No wonder Master Kong went through so much trouble to find the D-new flower. It can make Mistress so powerful. Hu Qingtian was dumbfounded and dejected. Master Kong, Mistress is now more powerful than you. From now on, you will have no place in the family. Shen Mange finally came back to her senses. She suppressed the shock in her heart and teased Jiang Tian. I'm very happy, I'll be living off a woman from now on. Jiang Tian said with a mischievous smile. Hubby, please don't say that. I know you gave me all this. Zhao Xueqing's face was full of smiles. Her smile was very sweet and beautiful, but her beautiful eyes were full of tears. She stared deeply at Jiang Tian. Why are you crying? Jiang Tian gently wiped away her tears. Zhao Xueqing hugged Jiang Tian tightly and leaned her head on his neck. She cried with joy and said emotionally, I am very happy. I am very happy. It is not because I have become stronger, but because I finally have the qualifications to stand side by side with you. At this time, the sun was setting in the west. The particle-like golden light enveloped the two people tightly hugging each other. More than a year ago, on the beach of the Banquet of Bliss in Yangcheng, Jiang Tian said, then let's cultivate together. And now, with this promise, he climbed to the top of Mount Everest and picked the 1,000-year-old D-new flower. It was like a ray of light that dispelled the long loneliness and darkness. The dust cleared and the light dispersed. The light illuminated the mountains and rivers. November 12, 2008. Zhao Xueqing swallowed the 1,000-year-old D-new flower. She seized the good fortune of heaven and earth and changed her fate. The immortal body of the stainless Phoenix Maiden was successfully awakened, and she became a true cultivator. She stepped into the 6th level of Qi refining and looked down on the world. She was a supreme beauty. The curtain of night fell and the lights were warm. Jiang Tian, who had changed his clothes, walked out of the living room and said indifferently, "I am going out to buy groceries. Today I will make some of my best dishes. Let's have a good drink and reward Brother Hua and Brother Wei." Master Kong is going to buy groceries and cook in person? Hua Qingtian and Wei Feilong, who had drunk 7 or 8 times from the juice machine, were stunned. They really couldn't imagine that Jiang Tian would buy groceries and cook. This was really too down to earth. Master Kong is cooking for us. What kind of favor and honor is this? Let's go, let's go. The two hurriedly followed. Master Kong is going to buy groceries. If we don't go, it doesn't seem right. Soon, the 3 of them arrived at a nearby supermarket and began to buy groceries. Suddenly, Jiang Tian's body swayed. He hurriedly covered his mouth with a paper towel. Hua Qingtian, who was beside him, immediately supported him. He frowned and said, "Master Kong, are you still not feeling well?" Jiang Tian frowned and threw the blood-stained paper towel into the trash can. He said indifferently, "Several meridians and acupoints are injured. Now I can only use 1/10 of my original cultivation. I am afraid I will have to go into seclusion for 3 months. Don't buy too much. Let's go quickly." "Yeah, you should rest more." Hua Qingtian and Wei Feilong hurriedly persuaded him. They were very anxious. "I came out just to spit out this mouthful of blood. Now that Qing'er has divine sense, it will be very difficult to hide from her eyes." Jiang Tian said indifferently. He opened the bottle of mineral water and swallowed some pills. Then he said indifferently, "Let's go." After Jiang Tian left, a tall man wearing a red hat and a red vest suddenly walked to the trash can. He bent down and took out the paper towel that Jiang Tian threw away. He carefully looked at it and smelled it. "He's injured?" At this moment he straightened his body. Under the red hat, a trace of killing intent flashed in his blue eyes. "Report to the chief. This should be the best time for our tombstone to make a move. $500 million is a windfall even if it's divided equally among a dozen people." His heart was moved. He hurriedly walked out of the supermarket and quickly disappeared into the rolling crowd. "Master, Sister Qing'er." The next day, Jiang Tian was nourishing his body. Suddenly, Tang Linglong walked quickly into the villa and shouted happily. Tang Linglong was wearing a camouflage combat uniform and high-top combat boots. Her hair was tied into a neat ponytail. She looked valiant and mighty. "Hee hee, little girl, you're doing well in fighting dragon. Congratulations on your promotion. I'll treat you to a meal next time." Jiang Tian looked at her epaulette and smiled faintly. There was a trace of gratification on his face. Last year, on the day of old Master Jiang Changing's birthday, the whole Tang family came to offer birthday gifts and a red coral. However, during that birthday banquet, old Master Tang also asked Jiang Tian for permission to let Tang Linglong join Fighting Dragon and let Jiang Tian make the decision. Jiang Tian gladly agreed at that time. The little girl did not like to wear red clothes but to be armed. Joining Fighting Dragon had always been her dream. Moreover, to her, the best experience was to fight and kill. It was obvious that after a year of experience, Tang Linglong's cultivation was much stronger than before. She had perfected the Haoran physical tempering art. Her breath was long and her true vitality was vigorous. She was about to enter the real Qi refining stage. Moreover, looking at her epaulette, she was now a senior colonel. She should be the captain of Fighting Dragon. The Tang family finally had a successor. "Yes, I used to teach Fighting Dragon. When I joined, Cheng Tian gave up her position and I became the captain of Fighting Dragon." Tang Linglong smiled sweetly and chatted with Jiang Tian and his wife. Suddenly, her face turned serious and she frowned. "Master, I have something important to report to you." "Say it." "Master." Tang Linglong did not say it. Instead, she looked at Zhao Xueqing awkwardly. "Oh, You're afraid that your master's wife will be worried? There's no need for that. She's a cultivator now. Jiang Tian smiled faintly. He felt a little proud. Her strength was not inferior to his. Ah, master's wife has become a cultivator. Tang Linglong was overjoyed. Only then did she notice the change in Zhao Xueqing's temperament. She seemed to be more dignified and imposing. At that moment, she told Chen Xiaobei everything. She said worriedly, "Master, our military's red hat experts broke into the dark web and intercepted a message. Someone is offering a reward of $500 million for your head." "My head is so valuable?" Jiang Tian said with a smile that was not a smile. $500 million. Hu Qingtian and Wei Feilong were shocked. They were both dumbfounded. Money moved people. $500 million was equivalent to nearly 4 billion Huaxia yuan in 2008. Such a large sum of money could make many desperados move. Who offered the reward? Jiang Tian frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 279. Jiang Tian was not afraid of thieves stealing, but he was afraid of thieves thinking about him. Now that Jiang Tian had a big family and business, he was no longer alone. The Jiang family, the Medicine King Group, and Lingnan had his own people and businesses everywhere. Although these forces couldn't harm him and Qingya, casually wreaking havoc was enough to annoy them. In an instant he thought of many possibilities. Could it be the Singapore Chinese Society, the Japanese Cherry Blossom Society, or the Big Circle Gang? Master, the other party is Hidden Flower. They did not disclose the identity of the investor, but the funds have been transferred to the dark net. Once the killer succeeds, the dark net will be the middleman to pay. Tang Linglong shook her head and said, "The dark net is the world's most mysterious hacker organization. The person behind it is called Hacker Robin Hood, but it's just a code name. No one knows his real identity. Even their office location is unknown." "Oh, I see." Jiang Tian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry. Your master's wife and I will deal with everything. She just needs a chance to practice." Qingya was gentle and kind. Usually, even killing chickens and fish would be done by Jiang Tian. But a cultivator was bound to go against the heavens and kill all the way. Only by going through the training of killing could she cultivate the heart of a powerhouse. "Master, War Dragon wants to help you kill these killers." Tang Linglong took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "This time, it's a big deal. Almost all the underworld is attracted by the $500 million. Tombstone, Scarlet Totem, Butterfly Skeleton, Sky Eye, Blackwater, and other killers and mercenary organizations are all going to take action. You're in a combat suit and armed to the teeth. You must have a mission, right?" Jiang Tian smiled faintly. "Master, don't worry about that. Anyway, it's very troublesome this time. I can't just ignore it. Do I need you to protect me?" Jiang Tian smiled. Tang Linglong wanted to say something but stopped. "Alright, stop sneaking around outside. Come in," Jiang Tian suddenly said with a smile. Disciple greets Master Kong. Suddenly, Cheng Tian, Tyrannical Dragon, Fox, and more than a dozen battle dragons walked in and greeted Jiang Tian. At this moment, Cheng Tian said in distress, "Captain, we can't. The order given to us is to go to the northeast to intercept Xiao Bin." "Xiao Bin? He's still alive?" "He actually wants to come to Huaxia." "What does he want?" Hu Qingtian turned pale with fright. Wei Feilong also looked uneasy. Xiao Bin was the #1 grandmaster in the northeast. However, he was defeated by Yi Zhantian in the long formation operation at the end of the 1990s and fled to the Siberian plateau. However, veteran grandmasters like Hu Qingtian knew. Back then, Xiao Bin was even more powerful than Lin Zhenyu. Yi Zhantian could not defeat him at all. Later, when the military saw that Xiao Bin was no match for Yi Zhantian, they used firearms to attack him. Thousands of cannons were fired at the same time, and Xiao Bin was seriously injured. Knowing that he would not be able to gain the upper hand even if he continued to fight, he fled to Russia. "Well, I heard that he has been cooperating with the Russian military these years. His cultivation has become stronger. Cheng Tiantian said with a solemn face. Then I'm afraid he is already half a step away from the divine realm. Maybe even the real divine realm. Huqing Tian and Wei Feilong were shocked again. This time, he is going to make a comeback and destroy the martial arts world in Huaxia. Especially the Long Formation and Yizhantian, they are his targets. Cheng Tiantian said, we have received information that he may set off at any time during this period. The order from the higher-ups is that we must arrive at the northeast border police station within 3 days. Once we find him, we will kill him without mercy. Then why don't you hurry over? Jiang Tian frowned and looked at Tang Linglong. He said earnestly, Linglong, you have to understand that military orders are unalterable. It is the duty of a soldier to obey orders. You must obey orders without any compromise. Sensing the reproach in Jiang Tian's tone, Tang Linglong felt wronged and anxious. Her eyes were red and she said tearfully, Master, I'm worried about you. I'm afraid that I will never see you again. Hurry up. Jiang Tian waved his hand impatiently. Tang Linglong lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. Then she blinked gently and a few drops of crystal tears fell to the ground. Let's go. Master is so powerful. He will be fine. Cheng Tiantian pulled Tang Linglong and comforted her softly. Tang Linglong stood up and glared at Jiang Tian angrily. Then she held her head high and walked away. They left the villa and got into the car. Suddenly, Zhao Xueqing rushed over. Linglong, wait. She took out dozens of protective jade talismans and handed them to Tang Linglong and the others. Master gave them to you for protection. You must wear them all the time. Thank you, Master and Mistress. Master is so nice to us. This must be a legendary magical artifact. Cheng Tiantian and the others smiled and thanked her. They scrambled to wear the talismans on their necks and wrists. Tang Linglong, on the other hand, was motionless. Her face was expressionless as she stared blankly ahead. Don't be angry with him. He has been very worried about you. Zhao Xueqing comforted her softly. She sighed in her heart. Strong enemies were coming, but your master asked Wei Feilong and Huqing Tian, the 2 seniors, to follow you all the way and protect you secretly. He didn't even care about the Jiang family in Jinling at this moment. Thank Master for me. Tang Linglong lowered her head and finally said something. After the car started and drove far away, Tang Linglong suddenly turned her head and looked at King's No. 1 villa at the top of Lion Peak. She could no longer control her emotions. Tears rolled down her cheeks as she sobbed silently. Master, I'm afraid that I will never see you again. I'm afraid that when I see you again, you'll be a cold corpse. Her heart was filled with resentment. Master, you only have Sister Qinger in your heart. You only know that Sister Qinger is worried about you and loves you, but you don't know how important you are in my heart. What should we do about Jiang Tian? It seems that a lot of enemies are coming for us. Back in the villa's living room, Qinger looked at Jiang Tian and said worriedly. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Qinger, you already have the cultivation, but you need to learn how to use it. How about I leave these enemies to you? Kill them? Qinger's delicate body trembled slightly. Her face was as pale as a sheet. She was originally gentle and benevolent. Killing people? She didn't even dare to think about it before. There's a demon in your heart that needs to be removed. Although Jiang Tian couldn't bear to do it, he knew that this kind of training was necessary. He said in a deep voice, if you don't kill them, they will kill you and me. A strong person needs to kill. Hubby, I understand. Qinger sighed, but her eyes flashed with determination. Mange, bring Ghost Kick, Li Zhenwei, Qiu Gong, and the others to Jinling quickly. Contact Yi Ziwei and strictly guard the Jiang family's property. All the forces, the police force day and night. Join forces with Yu Chang and Su Ruoqing's forces. Don't you need me to teach you? Jiang Tian ordered. Yes, Master, this servant understands. Shen Mangu responded and simply turned around to leave. Wait, here's a protective jade talisman. Jiang Tian stood up and patted a jade talisman in her hand. He patted her head and smiled. You've worked hard these days. Thank you, master. Shen Mange blushed. She lowered her eyes and a trace of shyness appeared in her heart. She turned and left. She looked very calm, but her heart was in a daze. When she walked out of the door, she tripped on the doorstep and almost fell. She heard Jiang Tian laughing behind her. You're at the qi refining stage? Shen Mange blushed even more. She lowered her head and hurried away. She's really worked hard. You should treat her better in the future. Zhao Xueqing held Jiang Tian's hand and smiled. I didn't mistreat her. You're doing well today. You look happy. Why don't you take her in as a servant girl to warm your bed? Qing'er said with a smile. Don't dig a hole for me. I hate it. Jiang Tian was shocked and hurried to the kitchen to cook. After the meal, Jiang Tian sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, refining the healing medicine. Qing'er was watching a TV program on the side. The two of them chatted from time to time. It was a rare moment of peace and happiness. Soon it was late at night. Qing'er came out of the bathroom in silk pajamas. She smiled and said, Hubby, you're tired. Rest early. Huh? It's still early? Jiang Tian smiled faintly. He guessed that the assassins would be here soon. Qing'er's face suddenly flushed red. She lowered her head slightly and her beautiful eyes were covered with a faint layer of water vapor. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, Hubby, I can cultivate now. There's no need to maintain my primordial yin body for cultivation anymore. That's true. No wonder she dressed up so beautifully. Jiang Tian suddenly understood. He scratched his head and smiled. Then let's go to sleep. It seems that someone is coming. Qing'er frowned. She looked very unhappy and a little angry. Her divine sense was not inferior to Jiang Tian's. She had already sensed that a powerful figure was leaping up and down like a grasshopper, invading the number 1 king's villa from all directions. Mr. Jiang, I've heard a lot about you. I'm here to visit you today. It seems that I'm a little late. I hope I won't disturb you and your wife's rest. Sure enough, a cold voice sounded. A figure in a black robe appeared in the living room like a ghost. His head and face were enveloped in a cloak, and his skin was pale without the slightest trace of blood. His face was enveloped in numerous strange blood-colored markings that were densely wriggling like earthworms, and it looked extremely terrifying and horrifying. He emitted a bloodthirsty and gloomy aura. The temperature in the living room suddenly dropped. It was as if they were in the coldest winter. Ice crystals appeared on the glass. A terrible aura of death spread out and shrouded the whole room. The delicate roses in the vase withered and fell as if their vitality had been taken away. For you, Zhao Xueqing frowned. She summoned her courage and said unhappily, Get out now. Otherwise I'll kill you. The black-robed man sat down on the sofa opposite Jiang Tian. He smiled and said, Master Kong, I heard that you're injured, right? Do you want me to help you and make you immortal? How do you make me immortal? Jiang Tian looked at him with interest and smiled. Have you heard of the blood race? The black-robed man smiled. The blood race, also known as the vampires, is the greatest race in the world. Once you've been infected with the noble blood of the blood race, you'll be immortal. You're from the blood race? Jiang Tian asked curiously. That's right. Other than the blood ancestor, his descendants are divided into Duke, Marquis, Count, Viscount, and Man according to the order of inheritance and strength. The black-robed man shrugged his shoulders. He was obviously sinister and evil, but strangely he gave people a feeling of elegance. His blood-red lips opened slightly and he smiled. And I, Anthony, am a noble marquis of the blood race. Killing your transcendent experts is like child's play. If I suck a mouthful of your blood, your injuries will heal immediately. Not only will you not die, but you'll also evolve into a count and live for at least 300 years. Chapter 280. I didn't expect that the Blood Clan is still developing their descendants in Wuxia. Jiang Tian smiled and said disdainfully, "But unfortunately, I am not interested in becoming a stinky bat like you who can't see the light and can only hide in the cave all day long. I want to bathe in the warm sunshine." At this time, he used his divine sense to sense that the blood of the black-robed man was very similar to that of the blood clan in the cultivation world. However, compared to the powerful blood clan, it was much weaker. It was like comparing a small snake to a giant python. Moreover, the blood clan on Earth could not see the sun, but the blood clan in the cultivation world were not afraid of the sun and could walk freely. Back then, the leader of the blood clan was killed by Jiang Tian. Now, several weaker blood clan members were nothing in Jiang Tian's eyes. "Kong Teichu, you are really arrogant." Anthony was so angry that his body trembled. He pursed his thin red lips and said disdainfully, "I know that you are very powerful, but you are not who you used to be. You have made too many enemies. You were besieged by the Southeast Asian masters at the top of Mount Everest and were seriously injured. Now you are dying. How much cultivation do you have left? Iron body or internal force? Even if you are in the early stage of the transcendent state, you are just an ant in my eyes. You can only be my blood slave." So Jiang Tian is injured. Zhao Xueqing's heart skipped a beat. Her pretty face turned pale and was filled with worry. Although her divine sense was powerful, she knew too little about the cultivation world. Therefore, she did not see that Jiang Tian was very weak and seriously injured. Realizing this, she immediately stretched out her arms and stood in front of Jiang Tian. Staring at Anthony, she gritted her teeth and shouted angrily, "You, get out of here. Don't touch my husband at all. Otherwise, I will do it." "Ha, this is so interesting." The black-robed Anthony looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Then he restrained his smile and said with disdain, "I heard that Grandmaster Jiang loves his wife very much, but I didn't expect that you can only let your woman protect you now. All right, I'll turn you into my loyal blood slave now. The blood thrall of a Wuxia warrior with cultivation will definitely be even more powerful. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Anthony, it seems like his cultivation has really weakened. Let us, the Tombstone organization, finish him off." Suddenly, 7 or 8 figures of experts appeared in the living room. The golden-haired man in the lead laughed disdainfully. All 8 of them were wearing black tights and bulletproof vests. They also had anti-stun night vision goggles, pistols, rifles, and tactical sabers. They even had hand grenades. "Death God, you can't kill him. I need a martial artist from Wuxia to be my blood slave. I've already reported it to the employer, and the employer thinks it's feasible," Anthony said with dissatisfaction. "Honorable Mr. Earl, if you let Tombstone make the first move, I can promise to give you a bigger share of the reward." The Grim Reaper smiled politely, "You take 300 million, and I only take 200 million. This should be fair, right? If we can't kill him, it won't be too late for Scarlet Totem to make the first move. Now that his cultivation has weakened and you have guns, there's no reason you can't kill him." Anthony snorted disdainfully at first, then said regretfully and gloomily, "This is an inner strength expert, and he might even be a descendant of the transcendent state. I really can't accept this." "The information about his injury was provided by us, Tombstone." The Grim Reaper smiled and said, "Moreover, Scarlet Totem and Tombstone will have more cooperation in the future." The 2 experts from the dark world were bargaining and chattering. They basically treated Jiang Tian and his wife as dead people. They had no power to resist them at all. "Are you done yet?" Seeing this, Zhao Xueqing was so angry that she stomped her feet and scolded, "Hurry up and leave, or I'll kill you." "Beautiful lady, don't worry. We've already discussed it. Let's do it." With the Grim Reaper's order, one of the assassins raised his pistol, aimed at Jiang Tian's forehead, and fired brazenly. Bang! With a loud thud, Jiang Tian's body trembled, forcefully blocking the spear. Of course, he had the ability to dodge the shot, but he wanted to stimulate Qing'er's battle and killing intent. Jiang Tian knew that for an ordinary person like Qing'er, killing was a psychological barrier that was difficult to overcome. In his previous life, Even if his family was destroyed and his relatives were killed, he still had a monstrous hatred for this world. When he first killed someone, he vomited for a long time, almost vomiting bile. "Hubby, are you okay?" Zhao Xueqing threw herself in front of Jiang Tian, knelt on the ground, held his forehead, and asked worriedly and concernedly. "I'm fine. Xinya, do you understand the truth of this world now?" Jiang Tian lowered his head to look at her tearful eyes, smiled slightly, and said sincerely and earnestly. Jiang Tian, who was shot, although his life was not in danger, a deep wound appeared between his eyebrows, and blood flowed down. Looking at Jiang Tian's warm eyes, Zhao Xueqing was stunned. Her vision blurred, and many images flashed through her mind. When she was 5 years old, she went hunting with her father in the mountains. Her father caught a wild duck and showed it to her with a smile. That wild duck dripping with blood scared her to tears. When she was 7 years old, she held a fly swatter. But under the swatter, the fly turned into juice. When she was 10 years old, she and her classmates went fishing by a pond in the wilderness. Everyone held their catch and took photos in front of the camera. Her youthful figure, bright and pure smiling face, made a victory sign to the camera, but those fish were still struggling bitterly. When she was 14 years old, she was in junior high school. After class, she was knocked to the ground by a few female classmates. She knelt and begged for mercy, while the classmates around her laughed proudly and even took out their cameras to record a video. Killing had always existed, she just didn't realize it. "So, you've always had to kill to survive, right?" Hearing her confused and weak voice, the images in front of Zhao Xueqing gradually became clear. She saw Jiang Tian smiling gently and looking at her. His pleasant voice came into her ears again. "Yes, war and plunder occupy a large part of the history of civilization. Even if you don't have the intention to hurt others, and you are building, the other party will come to your door. Well, that's it. I have to kill them." Zhao Xueqing faintly sighed. She turned her head and looked at these villains with a cold and stern gaze. "Huh, you're still talking about the progress of civilization. You're simply courting death. Oh, although this shot didn't kill him, it injured him. He should only have the cultivation of inner force. Yes, if 8 guns were to shoot at the same time, he would definitely be shot into a sieve. Don't kill this woman. She's very tasty. I still want to do a few shots with her. This is the woman of a Wu Dao master from Wuxia. It's enough for me to show off on the dark web for the rest of my life. Master Kong, beautiful lady, why don't you beg for mercy? If you beg for mercy, I can let this beauty go." A few assassins from the Tombstone organization pointed their guns at Jiang Tian and mocked him. Some assassins did it for money, and most of the time, they had no choice but to do so. However, there were also some who were natural killers, bloodthirsty and crazy. The Tombstone assassins in front of them were obviously the second type. Killing people could give them an indescribable sense of satisfaction, a sense of superiority that dictated the life and death of others. Especially when the target was shrouded in fear, put down their dignity, and knelt down to beg for mercy with tears and snot flowing, it could make them reach the pinnacle of pleasure. "You deserve to die." Zhao Xueqing's eyes suddenly turned cold. They actually turned into a demonic golden color, filled with killing intent. She slowly stood up and spoke word by word. In an instant, the aura of the immortal body of the immortal phoenix rose steadily, and the aura of the immortal phoenix spread out in all directions. Crack! With a soft sound, the glass on the table cracked into a series of shocking cracks. What is she trying to do? The Grim Reaper suddenly felt a sharp killing intent. This killing intent was so strong that it made him, who was numb to killing, feel a sense of fear and trepidation. Danger! He subconsciously cried out to warn her, but it was already too late. He was shocked to see, crack, crack. Amidst the explosion, Zhao Xueqing's beautiful snowy feet stepped on the solid wood floor. Amidst the flying wood shavings, her figure was like a hurricane, and she rushed out with a monstrous aura. Her 4 fingers on her crystal-clear hand were as sharp as a knife, and she stabbed out with an indomitable aura. Poof! Her jade-like hand easily pierced through the bulletproof vest and stabbed into the chest of a tombstone assassin. Streams of blood spurted out like arrows with great force. Cough, cough. The tombstone assassin's face was distorted due to extreme pain. He held onto Zhao Xueqing's arm in pain, coughing weakly, spitting out blood, and bent down deeply. Zhao Xueqing raised her leg and used a sharp knee strike, like a cannonball exploding on the opponent's head. Bang! The man's head exploded like a rotten watermelon, and red and white matter spurted out. The body flew up like a rag doll, flying 7 to 8 meters away, and fell heavily in the courtyard. Qing'e was sprayed with blood, and her white silk pajamas looked like blooming plum blossoms. Bang! She threw the still-beating heart on the ground and raised her jade-like foot. Bang! She stepped on it and it was crushed. She stood proudly in the pool of blood, and her cold gaze swept across the horrified crowd that subconsciously retreated. Her voice was cold and stern, like the whisper of a devil from hell. I said, "You are not allowed to hurt my husband." Everyone was shocked. Is she also a martial artist? Strange, the intelligence didn't say so. Everyone looked at Zhao Xueqing, who was covered in blood, in disbelief. Their faces were as pale as paper, and cold sweat instantly soaked their clothes. Kill her. An assassin looked at Zhao Xueqing with fear in his eyes and pulled the trigger all the way. Bullets poured down on Qing'e like rain. Go to hell. Zhao Xueqing shouted and didn't dodge at all. Her body swayed, and she appeared in front of the gunman. She raised her soft white hand and opened her slender fingers. The friction with the air created a sonic boom, and she slammed it down on the assassin's head. Bang! The assassin's head shattered without any suspense. Brain matter and broken bones flew everywhere, and the remaining half of the head sunk into the neck cavity. She is not afraid of bullets, and she is also a transcendent master. Damn the intelligence officer, why didn't he figure it out? The Grim Reaper was horrified and exasperated. He complained to the heavens, to the earth, and to the air, and even wanted to go berserk. Chapter 281. They knew that Jiang Tian was a tough nut to crack. A transcendent master was no joke. They had been lurking around the mansion for half a month, hoping to kidnap Zhao Xueqing and use her to threaten Jiang Tian. However, when one of the tombstones saw Jiang Tian vomiting blood, they changed their plan. They decided to kill Jiang Tian while he was down. And during the half a month of observation, they didn't find any signs of cultivation from Zhao Xueqing at all. She was completely a weak woman without the strength to truss up a chicken. They had never thought that Zhao Xueqing would be so powerful that she was on par with Jiang Tian. They couldn't even handle one transcendent master, let alone two. This mission was too much of a scam. While he was still hesitating to give up on the mission, one of the tombstones had already turned tail and fled. Don't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Jiang Tian sipped his tea and enjoyed his wife's killing spree. Well, she is growing fast. In fact, even without Jiang Tian's reminder, Zhao Xueqing had already reached out her right hand toward the fleeing tombstone. A surging suction force suddenly formed. Whoosh! The assassin had already reached the door of the living room, but he suddenly lost control of his body and was lifted into the air. Let go of me! He screamed and waved his arms and legs, but Zhao Xueqing had already grabbed him by the back of his neck. Crack! Qing'e twisted her hand, and the tombstone's neck was broken. His head was tilted to one side, and he died. Before the others could react, Zhao Xueqing's hands danced in the air, and the finger chi missed its target. Boom, 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 boom. Several powerful finger chi blasted out like heavy cannons. The rest of the tombstones were also sent flying and fell to the ground, motionless. Their deaths were extremely gruesome. Some of them had their heads smashed and died without an intact body. Some of them had their chests caved in and blood mixed with broken organs. Some of them had broken bones and tendons, and some were smashed into a pile of meat paste. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. In less than a minute, only the leader of Tombstone, Grim Reaper, and the blood totem, Anthony, were left standing in the field. Their faces were full of shock, and their minds were in a mess. Hee hee, two transcendent state cultivators. Your flesh and blood are already very nourishing. Become my blood slaves." Suddenly, Anthony's face turned from shock to joy. He grinned, clasped his hands in front of his chest, and silently recited a few incantations. Two fangs suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Rip. The clothes on his back were torn apart, and two pitch-black bat-like wings extended from his back. "Die!" He opened his bloody mouth and flapped his wings. With a whoosh, he flew toward Zhao Xueqing. The curved bone spurs at the edge of the wings flickered with a cold light. They were incomparably sharp and could even tear through steel. "Phoenix feathers fill the sky." Zhao Xueqing shouted. The immortal body of the stainless phoenix immortal body's aura rose steadily. Two phoenix wings suddenly condensed and swept out. Boom! With a bang, the two giant wings clashed together, stirring up a torrent of air waves. Suddenly Anthony's wings, which could even break metal and stone, cracked like a rag and blood gushed out. So powerful! Anthony's heart skipped a beat. He used a secret technique, and a ball of blood suddenly burst out from his chest. The dense snow instantly enveloped him, and in the next moment he suddenly disappeared and reappeared in the courtyard. Then he flapped his wings and soared into the sky like a big bird, flying into the distance. You're still able to use the blood evasion technique even after suffering such serious injuries. You're not simple. Jiang Tian said with a faint smile. You want to run? Do you think you can? Zhao Xueqing snorted as her eyes glittered. Eyes of the fire phoenix. A flame that was dozens of meters long shot out from his eyes. What is this? Anthony felt a scorching heat coming from his back. When he turned around to look, he was absolutely horrified. He used a few escape and life-saving secret arts, but none of them worked. The red flame immediately engulfed him. Anthony let out a shrill scream and fell from the sky onto the grass. He struggled in the shrill scream. First, it was his hair, then his clothes, then his nails, skin, flesh, bones, and organs. From the inside out, he was burned inch by inch. In the end, he was completely reduced to ashes. In the end, when Anthony's body was completely burned, the flames still didn't stop. A faint red shadow was struggling inside, as if it wanted to break free from the body. However, Zhao Xueqing spat out another flame and the red shadow was also destroyed. This is the blood soul? The god of death trembled in fear. He was dumbfounded. Fear gripped his body and mind. It could be said that Zhao Xueqing's flame was too powerful. Not only did it burn the body of the blood clan member that was impervious to fire and water, but it also destroyed the blood soul. This was the legendary destruction of body and soul. When Anthony's soul disappeared, Zhao Xueqing slowly turned around and asked coldly, "What are you doing? You are the god of death, right? Tell me, who is the mastermind behind the murder of my husband? Goddess, please forgive me. This is the hidden flower that was posted on the dark web. I don't know who is behind this." Under extreme fear, the god of death couldn't control himself anymore. His knees gave way and he knelt on the ground. As the leader of the assassin organization Tombstone, which was ranked 7th in the world, he was powerful and proud. He had once been surrounded by the FBI in the United States and was able to escape unscathed. He had killed at least 80 tycoons and politicians. His hands were stained with blood, and he regarded human life as nothing. The word fear didn't exist in his dictionary. However, at this moment he was really afraid. He was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of being burned to ashes. You don't know? Then go to hell. Zhao Xueqing's beautiful eyes turned cold. Her finger hit the air, and the god of death's head exploded. He fell to the ground and died. The large lawn had almost turned into a slaughterhouse. The ground was full of flesh and blood, and the ground was full of corpses. The dark red snow water poured into the yellow grass. In the early winter night, it was particularly glaring. At this moment, the blood-red murderous aura in Zhao Xueqing's beautiful eyes slowly receded. She looked around in confusion, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. She lowered her head and looked at the bloodstains on her hands. she said in a trembling voice. I killed someone. Do you regret it? Jiang Tian walked over and supported her swaying body. A trace of gloominess flashed in his eyes. He sighed and said, Actually, I regret it a little. Maybe I shouldn't have brought you down this path. No, I don't regret it. Zhao Xueqing took 2 deep breaths and calmed down. She shook her head and said firmly, Even if time goes back, I will still kill them. Well, actually, the first time I killed someone, I vomited for 3 days and 3 nights. Jiang Tian's eyes lit up. He smiled gently and said, Don't think too much about it. Now, you just need to remember why you swung your sword and be firm in your belief. As long as your belief is firm and correct, you will have no regrets. Don't give yourself pressure. The next day, Jiang Tian washed up and went to the living room. He found that Zhao Xueqing had calmed down and made a table full of breakfast. Jiang Tian, we have to go back to Jinling, right? Zhao Xueqing asked worriedly. Well, actually, Shenmange and the others should be there soon. But to be safe, we still have to go back. Jiang Tian's eyes flashed coldly. He said, The behind-the-scenes financier of the dark web has already found out about my identity. Those powerhouses who covet the bounty may attack the Jiang family to threaten me. Last night, he scanned the entire Linzhou with his divine sense. There were no more powerhouses. He was afraid that more powerhouses would appear in Jinling. Well, then let's go. Qing'er nodded. The 2 of them immediately packed their luggage and drove the Rolls-Royce Phantom to Jinling with the little monkey Qi Tian. In the car, Jiang Tian was depressed. He didn't dare to take a plane. Because if his enemies attacked the plane, Jiang Tian's weak body would definitely die if he fell from a height of 1,000 meters. The weakness of my physical body is ultimately my greatest shackle at the moment. Qing'er was worried about Jiang Tian's body and insisted on driving. Jiang Tian sat in the front passenger seat and looked at the passing scenery outside the window. He frowned and said gloomily, Even if he refined a flying sword, he couldn't fly at the speed of sound. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, he still planned to refine the celestial court sword into his own flying sword as soon as possible. Even if it couldn't break the sound barrier, it was comparable to a plane. At least it was better than driving. It was still very convenient. The car drove very fast. In the afternoon, they arrived at the border of Su province and stopped at a gas station to refuel. Mr. Jiang, nice to meet you. Suddenly, a Maserati supercar stopped beside Jiang Tian. The door opened, and a pair of snow-white slender legs stepped on the ground. An extremely sexy foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes got out of the car and slowly walked towards Jiang Tian. She was tall and slender, with a height of 1.7 meters. Coupled with her high heels, she was 1.8 meters tall, like a supermodel. It was already early winter and the weather was slightly cold. However, she was wearing a backless evening gown. The slit was very high, revealing a section of her slender, snow-white legs. She was extremely attractive and immediately attracted the attention of many men at the gas station. Then, 2 Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicles stopped and 5 men got out. They were dressed differently, with different ages and skin colors. They were Asian, African, and Caucasian. They came from different countries, races, and regions. However, all of them were emitting a murderous aura. Coming to kill me in broad daylight in a public place? You guys are really bold. Jiang Tian said with a smile. This woman had an evil aura. She was obviously an arcanist. As for the people behind him, they were all different kinds of cultivators, but all of them had strong qi and blood. Their strength was at least equivalent to the Wuxia martial arts inner force cultivators. They were much stronger than the Tombstone members from before. I can't help it. The temptation of a reward of 500 million is really hard to resist. The demonic woman licked her lips with her scarlet tongue. A strong murderous aura flashed in her blue eyes. She wanted to approach Jiang Tian. At this moment, a police car came roaring. A female police officer jumped out of the car. This female police officer was tall and sexy. Her breasts were so high that they almost burst out of her clothes. Her waist was slender, Her thighs were round, her butt was round, and her calves were slender. She was wearing a pair of leather flats and looked valiant. Chapter 282. Fuck so sexy. It's simply the seduction of a uniform. It could be said that as soon as she appeared, the breathing of many men on the scene became hurried. Their eyes were simply not enough. Their gazes became like male dogs in heat, staring at every inch of the female police officer. They felt that no matter how much they looked, they could not get enough of her. If gazes could take off clothes, her uniform would have already been taken off 10,000 times. The female police officer was already accustomed to these scorching gazes. She disdained to even look at them. She even saw similar gazes in the eyes of some women. The female police officer directly pulled out her gun and pointed at the bewitching woman's group. She coldly said, "Everyone, put your hands on your head and squat down. Otherwise, we will open fire." She pulled out her gun. The surrounding people immediately retreated. Their faces turned pale with fright. This foreign beauty was actually a criminal? Jiang Tian turned around and glanced at her. His eyes were incomparably indifferent. He indifferently said, "Female police officer, take your people and leave. They are very dangerous." Jiang Tian? The female police officer looked at Jiang Tian in astonishment. Then she disdainfully smiled and said, "I have already set my eyes on you. You better be careful." "Set your eyes on me?" Jiang Tian looked at her with a smile that was not a smile. "I am from the provincial criminal police force." The female police officer coldly smiled and stared at Jiang Tian. Her face was filled with ill intent as she said, "I know that Su Ruoqing and Bai Choufei are your subordinates. Moreover, the Nie family's tragedy is probably related to you." Jiang Tian was slightly stunned. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Him crushing the Nie family was greatly supported by Secretary Yu. There was even the Chao family's secret influence. However, the problem was that this operation was too high-end. Some of the police officers below him who didn't know the truth and had a strong sense of justice would probably treat him as an extremely vicious person. The female police officer no longer paid attention to Jiang Tian. She pointed her gun at the bewitching woman and coldly said, "However, Jiang Tian, I don't have time to care about you right now. Move aside." But Jiang Tian cooperatively pulled Zhao Xueqing out of the circle. "Squat down. Otherwise, we will open fire. Unrelated people, disperse. They're bandits." Soon after, 2 more police cars arrived. Several police officers jumped out of the cars and surrounded the crowd with pistols in their hands. They shouted and threatened, and some people dispersed the crowd around them. "Hee, open fire, there's gasoline everywhere." The bewitching woman smiled lazily. She didn't care about the police at all. She pulled out the gun, opened it, and threw it on the ground. Instantly, gasoline gushed out like spring water, and the air was filled with the choking smell of gasoline. "Put away your spear and capture him." The policewoman shouted and put the pistol on her waist. Then she pounced on the bewitching woman. The 2 of them immediately started fighting. The rest of the police officers also began to fight with the killers. His skills are too weak. In the distance, Jiang Tian frowned as he looked at the people fighting and shook his head with a bitter smile. The policewoman's skills were swift and fierce. Her moves were bold and clean. She had the style of the army's capture fist, and even integrated many of Hua Xia's martial arts techniques. She was not inferior to the top special forces. However, the bewitching woman was a top ace killer and an arcanist. After a few moves, the policewoman was at a disadvantage. Bang! The bewitching woman punched the policewoman in the chest, and the latter fell out like a kite with a broken string. "Hua Xia's policewoman, you're just SOSO." The bewitching woman smiled disdainfully. She opened the trunk of her supercar and pulled out a heavy machine gun. The killers attacked a few times and forced the police officers to retreat. Then, they decisively ended the fight and retreated, jumping out of the circle. "Go to hell!" The bewitching woman fired at the gasoline tank. With a boom, the gasoline tank exploded. Flames soared into the sky, and a huge mushroom cloud rose. Billowing heat waves spread in all directions. Amid the heart-wrenching screams, the police officers were instantly caught in the sea of fire and were pushed out by the heat waves. Wrapped in the soaring flames, they struggled and fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. Then, the bewitching woman and the killers pulled the trigger all the way to the end, killing the few half-dead policemen. The policewoman was lying on the ground. She raised her head with difficulty. When she saw this scene, her heart sank. It's over. She did not expect the other party to be armed with heavy weapons and be so ruthless. 5 of her comrades were killed in an instant. She pulled out her pistol and fired at the bewitching woman. Tisk. Cute little girl, do you have martial arts cultivation? You didn't get killed by me. However, the bewitching woman smiled. Her body swayed, and she dodged the bullets. She waved her hand. With a sound, an aura was slashed at the policewoman. Seeing the cold light flashing in front of her, the policewoman rolled lazily to avoid it. With a loud bang, a large hole was cut in the cement floor where he was just now. The policewoman was so shocked that she was covered in cold sweat. She was dumbfounded. She saw that the pistol in her hand was cut in half by the other party. Only the bare handle was left. Seeing the shooting and the big explosion, everyone in the parking lot was scared silly. They no longer cared about refueling and resting. Some of them drove away in panic, and some fled to the fields behind the gas station. Well, Mr. Jiang, you can die now. It's your honor to die in the hands of our butterfly skeleton. The bewitching woman sneered. The machine gun in her hand was pointed at Jiang Tian. Suddenly, the other 4 or 5 guns were pointed at Jiang Tian. Butterfly skeleton. What's the background? Zhao Xueqing held Jiang Tian's hand and asked curiously. Butterfly Skeleton is the 3rd assassin organization in the world. They are stronger than Tombstone. Their main market is Wuxia. They have committed dozens of murder cases, and there are more that the police have not found and filed. Their methods are cruel. Once they commit a crime, they will destroy the target's family. The members are all wanted by Interpol, but so far, we haven't caught any members of the Butterfly Skeleton. The woman leading them is their trump card, Rattlesnake. The policewoman gasped for breath. Her voice was trembling, and it was obvious that she was afraid. But she still pulled out a bulletproof shield from the police car and stood side by side with Jiang Tian. She handed one of the shields to Jiang Tian and his wife and said in a deep voice, "How did you provoke them?" At this time, she realized that the target of the rattlesnake she had been chasing all the way was actually Jiang Tian. At the same time, she also secretly scolded Jiang Tian and his wife for being retarded. Why didn't you run away when I was fighting just now? Now I can't escape unscathed. I'm like a fish on a chopping board. Maybe I'll die. Hee hee, little girl, you know quite a lot. I'll eat you alive later. The rattlesnake stuck out its scarlet, forked tongue and licked its blood-dripping lips with a rustling sound. The policewoman suddenly felt as if she was being stared at by a venomous snake. She felt cold all over. Oh, I've never heard of it. Jiang Tian chuckled, but he raised his hand and pushed the shield away. You don't want the shield? The policewoman widened her eyes and said anxiously, Do you want to be shot by them? Take the shield and go. Hubby, I'll practice again. Under the horrified gaze of the female police officer, Zhao Xueqing smiled faintly and walked toward the killers with her head held high. Come back quickly. The policewoman was so anxious that she almost fainted. Such a delicate little girl, going up bare-handed, did she want to die? Oh, little girl, you want to die too? Well, you can go on the road together. I'll let you have a companion on the road to hell. Rattlesnake smiled slightly. Bang bang bang. The gunman pulled the trigger all the way and shot brazenly. Phoenix dances in the 9 heavens. Zhao Xueqing suddenly swayed and used her movement technique. She soared into the air like a phoenix and dodged the bullets. Naughty! You can clearly resist with your body. Jiang Tian smiled leisurely and looked at his beloved wife's nimble and domineering figure with admiration and adoration. When Zhao Xueqing landed, she had already rushed into the encirclement and directly struck out with her palm. But with a bang, the head of one of the killers exploded. Qing'er has learned to be smart. Jiang Tian clapped his hands in gratification. When she fought, she would naturally emit a protective aura. Not only could it defend her, the blood and dirt that splattered everywhere would not dirty her. A sharp golden light swept in all directions. The remaining 4 gunmen spurted blood and fell to the ground as headless corpses. "You're a martial arts expert." Rattlesnake looked at Zhao Xueqing in disbelief. Her face was full of fear and she subconsciously took a step back. "Haha, haven't you heard of Kong Teichu's name?" Jiang Tian smiled faintly. Kong Teichu, could even kill Lin Zhenyu with a raise of my hand. It's not surprising that my lover has some cultivation." "What? You're Kong Teichu?" Rattlesnake was horrified. Her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. At the same time, she was filled with hatred and complained incessantly. The person behind the hidden flower bounty was simply too despicable. Jiang Tian was Kong Teichu, and yet he did not give out such important information. It turned out that although the Big Circle had already investigated Jiang Tian's identity, the information given on the hidden flower bounty on the dark net only provided information related to Jiang Tian. It did not provide information related to his martial arts achievements or related information. This was easy to understand. Kong Teichu was simply too powerful. Once the news spread, who would accept the hidden flower bounty? The Tombstone organization was not as strong as the butterfly skeleton, so they were even more careful. They spent a few months investigating the news that Jiang Tian was Kong Teichu. Rattlesnake and the others were too careless. They completely treated it as a normal mission and did not conduct a detailed investigation. Now, it was a mistake. If she had known that the target was Kong Teichu, Rattlesnake swore that she would never have accepted this mission. Even if she had accepted the mission, she would have used a more convenient long-distance sniping method to escape. She would not have delivered her head face to face like this. In a moment of desperation, Rattlesnake suddenly stretched out her right hand and grabbed a small car. With a shake of her right arm, the car that weighed more than 1,000 kilograms was easily thrown out by her. With a whistling sound, it smashed towards Zhao Xueqing. Qing'er raised her eyebrows and a finger light hit the air. Kaboom! With a sound, the small car suddenly shattered. Parts, tires, sheet metal, and iron shards scattered like rain. This evil woman is so strong. Rattlesnake's body curved strangely like a snake. Suddenly, she shot out like a spring and actually jumped more than 10 meters away. Then, as she ran for her life, she continuously threw a few cars towards Zhao Xueqing. Chapter 283. You want to escape? Zhao Xueqing used the Phoenix Dance's 9th heaven, and her body was as ethereal as an immortal. She dodged left and right, appearing and disappearing from time to time. She easily dodged many cars that were falling down, and those that were too lazy to dodge directly hit the air and shattered. This scene shocked everyone. One after another, cars rose into the air weightlessly and then crashed down like thunderbolts, or directly shattered in the air, like fireworks, or like a fairy scattering flowers. Holy shit, this is too shocking. The cars are flying. Superman? Spider-Man? Wonder Woman? Everyone in the distance was dumbfounded, and one by one, they took out their mobile phones to record this shocking scene. At this time, Rattlesnake had already run to the bottom of the slope of the highway, and it looked like she was going to rob a passing car and escape. Her movement technique was fast enough, and when she threw the car, she ran like lightning, but she was still one step too late. Qing'er was already standing on the side of the highway, looking down at her condescendingly. "You can't escape. Let me go." Rattlesnake's face was full of fear, and she pleaded, "I promise I will never step into Wuxia again, and I will never accept any mission related to Mr. Jiang. No, anyone who wants to hurt my husband must die." Qing'er's pretty face was covered with a layer of frost, and murderous intent appeared. "You forced me to do this." Rattlesnake's expression changed continuously, and her teeth chattered. Suddenly she shouted, "Viper breath technique." She formed a strange seal with her hands, and her red lips moved rapidly as she chanted an ancient spell that was hard to understand. This ancient spell sometimes sounded like the whisper of a devil, sometimes like the rustling of a rattlesnake's tail, and sometimes like the hissing of a python, and it had a magical power that could captivate people's souls. Her eyes instantly turned into a demonic golden color, and her black pupils suddenly contracted, cold and sharp like the tip of a needle. Golden scales quickly appeared on her originally white and tender skin, and as they rolled and swayed, they shone with a strange light, making her look like she was wearing an exquisite golden armor. At the same time, a huge shadow of a golden rattlesnake appeared behind her. Then, it suddenly shrank back into her body. Her body twisted in pain. Black gas spurted out from her chest and condensed. It faintly transformed into a snake head the size of a millstone. It opened its bloody mouth and revealed its ferocious fangs. Then, it rushed toward Qing'er violently. The snake head was extremely heavy, and it was extremely ferocious, as if it could tear a tiger apart and bite a steel pillar. This should be the viper body tempering technique that my husband mentioned. It's quite magical. Excitement flashed in to come to Zhao Xueqing's eyes. She seemed to understand. Some ancient shaman sects had cultivators associated with venomous snakes. They used snake venom to temper their bodies and practiced the venomous snake body technique to form their offensive power. However, the rattlesnake's secret technique seemed to be incomplete, and it was far from the body tempering technique that her husband had mentioned. Its body could not completely turn into a poisonous snake, and it could only use poisonous gas to hurt people. It was Zhao Xueqing's first time entering the world of cultivation. She was very curious about all kinds of strange cultivation methods. Whenever she saw one, she would carefully observe and figure it out. However, this did not mean that she would let down her guard against this rattlesnake and show it mercy. After understanding this, she immediately activated her cultivation method, and the immortal body of the stainless phoenix suddenly soared, as if it was soaring into the sky. "Go to hell!" Then, with a light shout like a phoenix's cry, she raised her hand, and a divine phoenix chi weapon slashed out. This chi weapon was 7 to 8 meters long, and a translucent golden light swept out like mercury, easily cutting the snake head in half. The rattlesnake hiding behind did not have time to react, and it was cut in half at the waist. Her eyes were still wide open with shock and fear, as if she could not believe that she had died just like that. The Queen of Assassins, the ace killer of the Butterfly Tombstone Organization, Rattlesnake, was easily killed by Qing'er. "Husband, I won." Qing'er withdrew the monstrous aura of the immortal body of the stainless phoenix into her body, smiled sweetly, and skipped toward Jiang Tian. "Kong Te Chu, what is that?" When Qing'er went to chase after the rattlesnake and the others, the female police officer looked at Jiang Tian and frowned. "You really don't know how to talk." Jiang Tian could not be bothered with her. He rolled his eyes at her and said disdainfully, "Anyway, don't try to catch me. My level is not something you can imagine." "Fuck." The female police officer Lin Menghan was going crazy, and she wanted to cry but had no tears. She was not even 30 years old, but she was already the captain of the criminal investigation team of the Su Province Police Department. She was a dignified cadre, beautiful, skilled, and had a rare heroic aura of an ordinary girl. She had a different kind of charm. In Jinling and even in the Su Province, who knew how many young talents were infatuated with her, desperately trying to please and pursue her. But in front of Jiang Tian, why was she like an ant? But when she saw Zhao Xueqing's magical ability, Lin Menghan was completely stunned. Lin Menghan was in a daze. What she saw today was the most unbelievable thing in her life. She dodged bullets with her body, condensed qi into a weapon, and killed people like cutting vegetables. When a car came, she raised her finger and sent it flying. How is she so strong? Is she a martial artist? No, she should be a legendary martial artist. Lin Menghan muttered to herself in a daze. She had always been proud and conceited, but after seeing Qinger's monstrous strength, her outlook on life collapsed. Her confidence was shattered and fell to the ground, unable to be picked up. "Hubby, how was my fight?" Zhao Xueqing ran over and hugged Jiang Tian's arm, like a primary school student who had scored 100 marks and was asking for a reward from her teacher. "Not bad. You fought very well." Jiang Tian smiled and said, "It's just that sometimes you talk too much. Remember, don't talk too much, just fight directly. Bad people die because of talking too much, good people will also miss opportunities because of this." Lin Menghan was originally very respectful towards Zhao Xueqing, but looking at the dead comrades on the ground, she could not help but feel a surge of anger. She waved her hands and shouted, "Miss Zhao, if you have such strength, why didn't you do it earlier? Otherwise, our comrades would not have died." This is at that time, Zhao Xueqing was slightly stunned and was speechless. She was actually frightened by the other party, and her delicate body trembled slightly. Her eyes turned red and she almost cried. At that time, she only cared about protecting Jiang Tian, and did not expect that the group of policemen would be so useless. They were easily killed by the assassins. "Bitch, how dare you talk to my wife like that? Do you want to die?" Jiang Tian was instantly displeased and frowned, and said coldly, You dare to call me a bitch, you dare to threaten me." Lin Menghan had always been proud, and upon hearing this, her full chest heaved up and down violently, and her teeth chattered. "Who do you think you are, a moron, worthy of being threatened by me?" Jiang Tian laughed and said, "What does the life and death of your comrades have to do with us? Didn't you want to catch us? Do you think you have the ability to catch us? What a joke. Get lost." He shouted in a low voice, and a huge force pushed out, causing Lin Menghan to stagger back a few steps. He pulled Zhao Xueqing into the Rolls-Royce Phantom and left. Lin Menghan was left standing there with her mouth agape. She was still fuming with anger. 11 p.m., downtown Jinling. The red light at the intersection lit up, and a low-key Audi A8 braked. It was a luxury car worth more than $2 million, and its 3-meter-long wheelbase made the A8 almost 40 centimeters longer than the various economy cars around it. This length was enough to make car enthusiasts drool with envy. Fortunately, the A8 was a middle-of-the-road business model, and its appearance was not too eye-catching. This was the reason why Zhang Wanqing did not take the Rolls-Royce Phantom and only took this Audi to work. Even so, many passers-by's eyes were still fixed on the Audi A8, and their attention was attracted. "Miss Shen, thank you for your hard work," Zhang Wanqing said with a smile. She knew Shen Meng's identity, a descendant of the Shen family in Beijing and a top student in Shenong School. However, she followed her son's wishes to be her driver and bodyguard. This made the kind-hearted Zhang Wanqing feel a little embarrassed. "President Zhang, you are too polite." The moment the green light lit up, Shen Meng turned her head and smiled sweetly. The rear window of the A8 exploded automatically. Suddenly, the glass shards scattered all over the ground. The sudden strange scene shocked many passers-by. Without a layer of film on the window, half of Zhang Wanqing's body was almost completely exposed to the passers-by. Similarly, it fell into the eyes of those who were interested. About 200 meters away from the gap between two tall buildings, on the roof of a 6-story building, a cold-looking man who had been lurking for a long time shook his shoulder-length hair. He was expressionless as he calmly pushed the second bullet into the barrel of his gun. His movements were slow and unhurried, neither hot nor cold, but it revealed a chilling murderous intent. The slender and extremely metallic body of the gun reflected the exquisiteness of European military technology. This Swiss SSG 3000 sniper rifle, known as the world's most accurate single-shot sniper rifle, was more like a work of art worth collecting than the domestic 88. But it was by no means a decorative vase. In the eyes of an excellent sniper, it was a real killing weapon. The cold-looking man aimed again and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Shooting the target was his job. He was calm as if there was no pressure or uneasiness. The silencer made the gunshot sound extremely low, blending into the hustle and bustle of the city, almost inaudible. In an area where guns were strictly controlled, it was shocking that someone used such a gun to shoot a target 300 meters away. Because of this, the Audi A8's window exploded. People's eyes were confused, but there was one person who realized the danger. It was Shen Mange, who was in the driver's seat and was responsible for protecting her. At the moment when the window exploded for the first time, Shen Mange shouted, "President Zhang, get down." At the same time, she pressed the electronic handbrake and stepped on the accelerator, ignoring the long line of cars waiting for the red light in front of her. The car crazily rushed forward, colliding with the Volkswagen Passat in front, causing more than a dozen cars to collide on the left turn. The banging sound of the collision was incessant. Then Shen Mange wildly turned the steering wheel to the right. The car hit several cars and forcibly squeezed into the underground parking lot of a chain supermarket. However, no matter how fast Shen Mange's reaction was, it was not faster than a bullet. There was still a painful groan from the back seat of the A8. Most of the six-story building was blocked by two tall buildings by the roadside. On the roof of the six-story building, the cold-looking man, Ruan Kuan, curled his lips and scolded with a smile, "Fuck." Chapter 284. Night fell and it was 12 a.m. On the highway, Jiang Tian and his wife were less than 30 kilometers away from Jinling City. Jiang Tian's phone suddenly rang. It was Shen Mange calling. Jiang Tian's heart skipped a beat and he quickly answered the call. "Master, bad news. Someone is sniping Ms. Zhang Wanqing from afar." Shen Mange said in a panic. "What?" Jiang Tian's heart sank. He asked, "How's my mother?" "She's fine. President Zhang has been wearing your jade amulet. She's only slightly injured," Shen Mange reported. "What about the others?" Jiang Tian asked in a deep voice. "Wang Lin was in a car accident last night. She was only slightly injured because of the jade amulet. Li Jinwei and Qiugong are currently on their way to the Medicine King group to protect their executives." Shen Mange hurriedly said, "Ghost Kick and I will stay in your villa to protect Old Master Zhang and the core members of the Jiang family. There are no casualties at the moment, but there was a man-made explosion at the Medicine King Group's production base in Qixia County. More than 20 employees were killed. That's the current situation." "Okay, I got it. Hang in there. I'll be there soon." Jiang Tian hung up the phone. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, $500 million? International assassins? How dare you attack the Jiang family? I'll make you pay in blood." "Did they do something to Mom?" Qinger asked worriedly. "Yes, she's fine. Hurry up. We have to get to Jinling as soon as possible," Jiang Tian said with a frown. But Zhao Xueqing's face turned cold. Her eyes were filled with murderous intent. She was ready to unleash her Phoenix Girl aura. The Rolls-Royce Phantom suddenly accelerated. It left a dazzling silver light on the highway and sped toward Jinling like an arrow. Late at night, the living room of the Jiang family's villa was brightly lit. The whole family was gathered in the living room, but no one was sleepy. Anxiety, fear, and uneasiness were tormenting everyone's nerves. Other than old Master Jiang, Jiang Zhixing and his wife, who remained calm, many members of the Jiang family were a little uneasy. Yu Chang, Tai Ming Huang, Bai Choufei, Tang Xiaoza, and the others all brought their elite forces here, guarding this place tightly. There were police officers and club members. "Sai, why hasn't Jiang Tian come back yet? Where did he go at such a critical moment?" Jiang Chao was anxious and scared. He felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles as he moved his but uneasily. In fact, Zhang Wanqing wasn't the only one who was shot. His uncle's family and second uncle's family were all affected to varying degrees. Jiang Chao was also kidnapped. Fortunately, Jiang Tian had set up a trap in advance, so there were no casualties. Many of the assassins did not succeed. At this critical juncture, Jiang Tian had become the backbone and support of the Jiang family. Without him, everyone would be worried. Did you get a needle in your butt? Jiang Tian isn't here, but aren't all your friends here? Jiang Changing frowned and scolded. Annie Zhang, don't worry. You are a female entrepreneur under the protection of Jinling City. The Jinling City Bureau will definitely catch those criminals. Yu Chang smiled and comforted Zhang Wanqing. Also, the Bureau has arranged a large number of elite police officers in the Medicine King group and the Jiang family. We will definitely get through this safely. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The fire in the yard soared into the sky and the entire mansion shook. Soon after, a series of gunshots were heard. It sounded like an assault rifle, and the rapid screams made one's hair stand on end. 7 or 8 seconds later, it was silent. Grenade? Heavy machine gun? Hey, Captain Li, what's the situation over there? Yu Chang shouted into the walkie-talkie. However, the only response he got was a terrifying silence. In the courtyard of the mansion, on top of a tall tree, a valiant figure suddenly appeared. This person had shoulder-length hair that was parted to the side. He was wearing a slim leather jacket and a pair of loose yellow trousers. The trousers were stuffed into high-top hiking shoes. His every move was neat and fierce. It was Ron Kuan, the killer who had attacked Zhang Wanqing in the downtown area. He blew the smoke from the muzzle of the Browning pistol and glanced at the mansion. His face was slightly dignified. Man ape, it seems that there are many people guarding this place. Today will be a hard fight. On the ground under his feet, there were piles of corpses, which was a shocking sight. More than half of the more than 20 criminal police officers had been killed, including several elites of the special police who carried heavy weapons. It was not that these anti-terrorism elites trained for the Olympic Games were cowards, but that the intruder was not an ordinary robber or a good-for-nothing. He was a famous elite on the list of killers in the world. The next moment, Ron Kuan crossed his feet and landed on the ground. He was more than 2 meters tall, but he did not make any sound. Diagonally opposite him, a special police officer flashed out from behind the bunker and knelt on one knee. As soon as he raised his submachine gun, a man hiding behind the tree raised his pistol and fired decisively. Bang! The 9mm barrel bullet penetrated the head of the special police officer. The huge inertia caused the heavy special police officer to fall backward. Is it useful to have more people? In New York, we can defeat the FBI, and in Wuxia, we can do the same. Next to him, Man Ape poked his head out from behind a huge tree. His hoarse voice was full of confidence. He was tall, 2 meters tall, like a gibbon. He looked ugly and ferocious. Blue veins bulged on his big hands, which contained powerful strength. Yeah, I didn't expect that there would be a guy with such a valuable head in Jinling. $500 million. Ron Kuan grinned ferociously and suddenly rushed out, bending over and rushing toward the gate of the mansion. Hundreds of meters behind the mansion, on the roof of a building, the police sniper thought that there was an opportunity. He opened the infrared night vision scope equipped with the sniper rifle, and several light beams instantly appeared in the night sky. The infrared searchlight first shone on the hunting target, and the reflected light formed an image in the scope. The principle of the infrared night vision scope was that it was fine when encountering ordinary hunting targets. But when encountering an expert like Ron Kuan, the searchlight of the infrared night vision scope was the biggest and most fatal flaw. The infrared ray emitted by the searchlight was invisible, but the ordinary source of the infrared ray could be seen. When the sniper opened the scope, he exposed himself. The light beam shone into the dark courtyard, and Ron Kuan immediately reacted. Ron Kuan rolled and hid in a low corner. He held the Browning pistol in one hand to suppress the police in the courtyard, and the other hand held the sniper rifle. He poked out from behind the rockery and took advantage of the moment when the police officer in the courtyard was forced to crouch down. He aimed and pulled the trigger. Bang, 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 3 consecutive shots. The sound of the gunshots was not ear-piercing due to the silencer. The sniper in the dark corner of the opposite building watched as the scope shattered, and the bullet drilled into his head and he died. The other 2 ace snipers who were half-squatting suddenly fell back as if they were hit by a heavy blow. They fell to the ground and breathed their last. Don't care about the police, just rush in. Anyway, Hidden Flower's boss wants us to force the target into international waters. We can just kidnap one of his family members and threaten him. Ape sneered, picked up the mighty heavy machine gun, and madly fired at the villa. Then, 7 or 8 killers stood up from their bunkers and aimed their guns at the police and the villa. Ding, 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 ding. The bulletproof glass windows first cracked, then suddenly shattered. The broken glass scattered all over the ground, and bullets poured in like rain, leaving bullet marks on the walls. The tables and chairs were shattered, and the stuffing in the sofa flew up. The scene was extremely shocking. Jiang Changjing and Jiang Zhixing had only been cultivating for less than a month, so their cultivation was still very low. They couldn't withstand the bullets, so they could only grit their teeth and crawl on the ground in humiliation. Oh my God, this is too crazy. Where's the police? Police. As for Yu Chang and the others, their faces were as pale as paper, and they crawled under the table. Suddenly, Shinmange's voice came from the walkie-talkie. Yu Chang, let the police retreat into the villa. We'll take care of them. Officers, retreat into the villa first. Master Kong has an expert on his side. Yu Chang had no other choice, so he could only listen to Shinmange's orders and shout into the walkie-talkie. Many of the police officers were having a hard time fighting. When they heard the order, they all crawled into the villa and hid behind the walls and sofa. Ha! The police are scared. The police immediately retreated into the villa. Ape smiled proudly and was about to rush into the villa. Wait, there are still 2 people. Suddenly, Ruan Kuan raised his head and looked at the 2 figures on the roof of the villa. He was shocked, and a sharp murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Expert. His pupils contracted, and his face became unprecedentedly serious. Ruan Kuan used to be the ace soldier of the Special Forces of the People's Army of Yu Country. After he retired, he entered the world of assassins. He once killed a tycoon from Japan with a single shot from hundreds of meters away. He had rich combat experience and was very sensitive to auras. He noticed that the 2 figures exuded a terrifying murderous aura, which was much stronger than those ant-like police officers. Shenmange's phantom kick is here to protect the Yi family under the order of Master Yi. You all retreat quickly. Anyone who dares to take another step forward will die. Shenmange and Ruan Kuan leaped down from the roof of the villa and looked at the crowd coldly. They are martial artists. Some of the assassins were shocked and took a step back subconsciously. Ha, so what? Don't shoot, I want to fight with them. Ape was also a physical awakened arcanist. He rushed toward Shenmange and roared with a grin. Boom! He threw a punch like a cannonball, but Shenmange blocked it with her arm. Kill. At the same time, Phantom Kick also untied the bone whip coiled around his waist. With a roar, he pounced and fought with Ruan Kuan and the other assassins. Bang! Ape's giant fist collided with Shenmange's slender arm, and Shenmange was forced to take a step back. His body is so strong. He has the fist strength of a physical physique master. Shenmange's face was slightly stern. In fact, she was not wrong. Ape was known for his strong body. He used to be a special forces soldier in a European country and was injected with a genetic modification liquid as a volunteer in a high-tech experiment. Unexpectedly, the liquid was not mature enough, which caused his temperament to change drastically. He was cruel and killed 3 scientists in the laboratory. But at the same time, Ape's body was indeed awakened. He was extremely strong. When he was surrounded by the FBI, he only needed 1 punch to break a riot shield made of special materials and overturned several explosion-proof armored police cars before escaping unscathed. Brother Ape's body is very strong. Ape laughed evilly. Huaxia's women are so beautiful. Today, I will capture you alive and torture you 100 times. Is that so? I think you ugly monster are a weakling. Shenmange's face turned cold. She jumped up and threw a punch from top to bottom. Chapter 285. Although Shenmange was not a cultivator, Her cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds under Jiang Tian's guidance. She had already reached the initial transcendent state. When this punch smashed down, it was truly like Mount Tai pressing down, and it crushed down an expanse of space while violent gales whistled, causing sand and rocks in the surroundings to fly into the air. Kaboom! The gorilla man couldn't dodge in time and was sent flying backward. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shook his dizzy head. Wuxia is a vicious bitch. However, his fighting spirit had only increased. He was known as the Raging Gorilla Man in the assassin world. The more angry he was, the more powerful he became. Go to hell! A strange green light flashed in his eyes. He raised his arms and roared at the sky. In a blink, his body grew to 3 meters tall. He looked like a demon god standing between heaven and earth. His muscles bulged like a dragon, bursting out of his shirt and shoes. His stretchy pants turned into a pair of shorts. Arr! With a loud roar, he rushed toward Xianxia in large strides. He stomped on the ground, causing the ground to crack and dust to rise into the air. It was as if there was an earthquake. Xianxia's face didn't change at all. She pulled out a sword that was engraved with strange talisman inscriptions. This was the flame gold sword that Jiang Tian had obtained from Hong Tian Zhao all those years ago. Moreover, it had been refined and modified by Jiang Tian. It could release scorching sword light and sword energy, increasing one's battle prowess tenfold. Xianxia held the sword upside down and rushed toward the gorilla man. She ran faster and faster. In the end, she leapt up and stabbed out with her sword. It was like an antelope hanging its horn, a wondrous and natural technique. It was also like a white steed flashing through a crack, disappearing in a flash. The surging and sharp sword chi directly pierced through his skin, which was as hard as cowhide. Then, it actually pierced through his chest. The sword pierced through his chest. The ace of the Dark Knight Spectre, ranked 8th on the Asian Assassin rankings, ranked 23rd on the World Assassin rankings, Raging Ape, was dead. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Ruan Kun was dumbfounded, his face filled with disbelief. According to the information, Xianxia was only a martial artist at the level of internal strength, but she was able to release a sword chi that was more than 3 meters long. The dazzling sword chi was incomparably sharp. Her swordsmanship was so brilliant that it was as if she had been immersed in swordsmanship for decades. The ape that couldn't even be killed by bullets was pierced through the chest by her sword. A delicate girl? She was just Jiang Tian's maid, and her name wasn't even on the Grandmaster God list in Wuxia? This was like the biggest joke in the world. In a moment of panic, the ghost kick had already swept out with a white ape bone whip, which coiled around his neck like a poisonous snake. Ha! Ruan Kun let out a roar as he tugged at the white ape bone whip with both hands, trying to break free. Ghost kick dashed forward like an arrow and kicked out 3 times in a row. The shadows of the kicks merged together and landed on Ruan Kun's chest. Ruan Kun's sternum caved in. He flew out with blood spurting out of his mouth and died. The assassins fell to the ground. The remaining 2 saw that the situation was hopeless and immediately chose to escape. Where are you going? The ghost kick became more and more courageous as he fought. With a roar, he swept out his whip toward the 2 men. Clang! Just as the 2 men were scared out of their wits, the crisp sound of metal colliding was suddenly heard. Suddenly, a sexy and beautiful figure appeared in the courtyard like a ghost. Her fingers seemed to be shining with a strange luster as she easily caught the white ape bone whip. Mediterranean golden scorpion. We're saved. The Jiang family is doomed this time. Fanatical worship appeared on the faces of the assassins. Their eyes were burning as if they had seen a god. The Mediterranean golden scorpion, one of the 7 giants of the Great Circle, was much stronger than them. Her arrival instantly boosted the confidence of the assassins. Ah, martial artists from Wuxia? How interesting, but in my eyes, you're just trash. The golden scorpion smiled seductively. However, a cold light suddenly flashed in her blue eyes. She clenched her right hand and snapped the whip in half. She broke the white ape bone whip. The ghost kick was shocked. He could feel the powerful energy coming from the golden scorpion. The bone whip had been refined by Master Kong. If she could break it, she must be very powerful. She is the Mediterranean golden scorpion. Shen Mange was also taken aback. The Mediterranean golden scorpion, like Lin Zhenyu, was one of the giants of the Great Circle. She was a metal element supernatural power user and was as powerful as a transcendent grandmaster. However, the Ghost Kick and Shen Mange were only mildly surprised. In the next moment, their fighting spirit soared. The Ghost Kick's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He straightened his back and shouted with a powerful voice. I am the Ghost Kick, Mr. Jiang's servant. I am here to protect the Jiang family. I will kill anyone who dares to step into the Jiang family's home. Shen Mange, Mr. Jiang's zither servant. I am here to protect the Jiang family. I will kill anyone who dares to step into the Jiang family's home. Shen Mange also stepped forward and scolded in a deep voice. Hee, interesting. The golden scorpion walked gracefully in her high heels. The hem of her dress opened, revealing her fair thighs. She looked like a socialite attending a fancy ball. Her every movement was full of seductive charm. Her red lips parted slightly, and her voice was full of magnetism and charm. Mr. Jiang is really a wonderful person. He slaughtered his way through Wuxia in a bloody and brutal manner, and yet so many people are willing to risk their lives for him. We are indebted to Master Kong. We will protect the Jiang family until the last drop of our blood. The Ghost Kick's eyes flashed with determination. He charged toward the golden scorpion and kicked her 3 times in the face. Shen Mange also stepped forward with her sword. A sharp blade aura shot out and went straight for the golden scorpion's lower body. Very well. If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The golden scorpion smiled proudly. She did not dodge at all and slashed with her right hand. Her finger immediately turned into a thin and sharp blade that was as thin as a cicada's wing and slashed at the Ghost Kick's leg. The wound on the Ghost Kick's leg was immediately cut open. Blood bloomed in the air as the blade cut deep into the bone. The golden scorpion strode forward. Her fists shone with a strange metallic luster and hit the Ghost Kick's chest with a bang. The Ghost Kick screamed and spat out blood. She twisted her waist in the air and did a somersault before landing on the ground. Clang, clang, clang. She was so fast. Shen Mange's blade aura had just cut her legs. Clang, clang. There was a deafening sound. The blade aura passed by and her legs shone with a metallic luster. Sparks flew and the sound was sonorous, but it did not leave any scars on her legs. This? So powerful! She seems to be much stronger than the raging ape. The Ghost Kick and Shen Mange gasped. This woman's body was so strong. It was probably harder than a steel plate. You have a good eye. I don't mind helping you explain. The golden scorpion strolled leisurely with a lazy expression. She completely treated the Jiang family's villa as her own garden. Her grainy, hoarse voice rang out. Her tone was full of ridicule and unscrupulousness. Paranormals are also graded from weak to strong. D is an ordinary person with a strong body, such as those Olympic champions. CBA is only a beginner paranormal. The raging ape you killed was only a B-class paranormal. The mighty elephant Tyson in Southeast Asia was only an A-class paranormal. I am an S-class paranormal, which is a super paranormal. I've killed several of your Huaxiao martial Dao masters. How about it? Are you scared? Scared? That's funny. Master Kang's disciples never know how to write the word scared. The Ghost Kick's leg was bleeding, but his fighting spirit was surging. He swallowed the blood in his throat and roared like a tiger. He rushed out and poured his true chi into the bone whip. The bone whip suddenly became as straight as a spear and pierced the golden scorpion's chest. Shen Mange also jumped out with her sword. A sharp golden blade aura rolled toward the golden scorpion's head. You don't know what's good for you. The corner of the golden scorpion's mouth curved into a mocking smile. She met the bone whip with her palm and rushed forward to avoid the golden blade aura. Crack, crack, crack. In the deafening explosion, the bone whip shattered like a firecracker. Finally, the golden scorpion's palm imprinted on the ghost kick's chest. The ghost kick flew out again. His sternum collapsed and blood spurted out of his mouth like an arrow. "Senior Ghost!" Xianxia screamed and held the ghost kick. She saw that he was dying. His face was pale and his pupils were dilated. She was afraid that he would not be able to hold on. "Don't worry about me. Stop the switch." The ghost kick struggled to get up. Blood kept oozing out of his mouth, but he ignored the bloody wound. He staggered toward the golden scorpion like a drunkard and muttered, "I'm the ghost kick, Master Kang's servant. I'm ordered to protect the Jiang family. Anyone who dares to take a step forward will be killed without mercy." "Ha, what a tough guy." The golden scorpion was slightly moved. As one of the 7 giants of the Great Circle, she had run rampant all over the world. She had seen many so-called strong people who would rationally choose to abandon their dignity and save their lives in the face of the threat of death. But the ghost kick at this moment was really amazing. "Kill!" Xianxia shouted loudly. She rushed out and stabbed with her sword. It was extremely fierce. She only attacked and did not defend. She was completely fighting with her life. "Cute little girl, I actually don't want to kill you, but you seem to want to die." The golden scorpion reached out and grabbed the flaming gold sword. She twisted it and made a screeching sound. "Let go." Xianxia tried to grab the sword, but she only felt that the sword was stuck in a huge rock. She could not pull it out at all. "But since you want to die, you can die too." The golden scorpion smiled coldly. Her beautiful blue eyes flashed with killing intent. Then she used her fingers as a knife and slashed toward Xianxia's neck. Xianxia quickly dropped the sword and retreated, but she still could not avoid it. In the tragic scream, the sharp golden finger knife cut through her protective upstanding chi. Blood splashed. Her chest was broken, revealing her white sternum. The ghost kick attacked again. The golden scorpion was annoyed. She crushed the flaming gold sword and then grabbed the ghost kick's throat. She lifted him up and gnashed her teeth. "Old man, let's see how hard your bones are." "Senior Ghost." Xianxia was covered in blood. She screamed and attacked again. The golden scorpion kicked her away. Crack. Xianxia fell heavily to the ground. Her right arm was broken and the wound was torn. Blood dripped down. She spat out blood and gasped in pain. She was dizzy, but she still stood up. Her hair was disheveled and her body was covered in blood. Like a demon, she used the last of her strength and struggled to rush toward the golden scorpion. She shouted, "I, Xianxia, Master Kang's zither attendant, am ordered to guard the Jiang family. Anyone who dares to step in will be killed without mercy." Bang! Xianxia was kicked away by the golden scorpion again. She stood up again and again, but she was beaten down by the golden scorpion again and again. In the end, Xianxia was covered in blood and her clothes were torn. She fell to the ground like a bloody gourd. She struggled to get up, but she could not stand up again. "I, Xianxia, Master Kang's zither attendant, am ordered to guard the Jiang family." She lay on the ground. Her breath was weak, and a string of bloody tears slid down her temples and into her hair. Chapter 286. Go to hell. Golden Scorpion threw Ghost Kick to the ground and approached Xianxia. A long golden saber condensed in her palm and chopped down at Xianxia. Under the golden saber light, Xianxia looked calm and murmured weakly, "Master Kang, I can't do it. I've let you down." Just as she was in despair, a finger light suddenly pierced through the void and hit the golden saber light. The golden saber light suddenly collapsed. Golden Scorpion was shocked and took a step back. She looked at the door in horror. "Who is it?" "Mr. Jiang, you're back." Xianxia turned her head with difficulty and saw Jiang Tian and Zhao Xueqing coming in hand. She couldn't help crying with joy. "Mange, an old ghost, you've worked hard." Jiang Tian helped her up and hit her and Ghost Kick's wounds with several healing spells in succession. He also fed each of them a medicinal pill. What powerful medical skills! Under Golden Scorpion's incredulous gaze, Xianxia and Old Ghost's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. If she hadn't hurt them herself, she would have thought that she had never hurt them. And the finger light just now was also very powerful. He deserves to be the peerless master who killed Lin Zhenyu. Golden Scorpion was shocked. Without hesitation, she stomped on the ground and the ground collapsed. She shot out like a golden arrow. In fact, Golden Scorpion didn't have the courage to fight with Jiang Tian. She knew that Rattlesnake was intercepting Jiang Tian on the highway, so she attacked the Jiang family. She wanted to hold Jiang Tian's family hostage and threaten or lure Jiang Tian to the high seas so that it would be easier for her to kill him. But that golden finger light really scared her. That power was a bit too strong. At this moment, seeing that Jiang Tian was treating Xianxia and Old Ghost's injuries, she didn't dare to stay. She took the opportunity to run away. Since Zhao Xueqing was born, she was like duckweed, alone and helpless. Only Jiang Tian loved her, and only the Jiang family gave her the warmth of a family. For more than a year, Xianxia had been with her day and night and took care of her carefully. She was like a sister. Stop right there. At this moment, seeing the Jiang family in a mess with corpses piled up and Xianxia seriously injured, she couldn't help but be angry. She couldn't hold it. And directly attacked Golden Scorpion with a shout. A strong and irresistible suction force came, and the Golden Scorpion, which had already leaped more than 10 meters away, was caught and fell to the ground. What a strong attraction force! Golden Scorpion was horrified. The moment her feet touched the ground, she let out a shout. Her strength sank, and the ground cracked and collapsed. Her feet sank more than an inch into the ground, and she ran again. Come here. Zhao Xueqing pulled. Golden Scorpion's feet were like plowshares, plowing 2 long marks on the ground. She flew up uncontrollably and fell at Zhao Xueqing's feet. Tell me, who is the financier behind Hidden Flower? I'll give you 3 seconds. I'll turn you into ashes. Zhao Xueqing's pure phoenix immortal body's aura rose steadily as she asked with a stern look in her eyes. According to the information, this seems to be Kong Teichu's wife. When did she become so powerful? Like a little white rabbit that had encountered a giant beast, Golden Scorpion retreated step by step with a look of horror, full of disbelief. While she was hesitating, Zhao Xueqing said coldly, 3 seconds are up. You can go to hell now. Zhao Xueqing's phoenix-like eyes blasted out 2 flames. She caught the flames and condensed them into a sword. With a swoosh, a 5-meter-long Li Fire Chi weapon slashed toward Golden Scorpion. You can't hurt me! Golden Scorpion roared. A golden scorpion phantom appeared in her body. It was as tall as half a person, its tail extended and swayed as it roared at the top of its lungs. However, the Li Fire Chi weapon could burn anything. With a high temperature of 10,000 degrees, it easily cut through the tall phantom and cut off one of Golden Scorpion's arms. Ah, it hurts. Golden Scorpion flew out and rolled on the ground in pain. She struggled and spasmed as she screamed. Interesting. Her blood is also golden. She's indeed an S-class arcanist. Zhao Xueqing blinked her beautiful eyes curiously. Then, her pretty face turned cold as if it was covered in frost. Tell me, who is the financier behind this? If you tell me, I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Don't kill me. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. It's Big Circle. It's 6th Master Fan from Big Circle who killed Jiang Tian because he killed Lin Zhenyu. Golden Scorpion knelt and begged for mercy. She no longer had her pride and strength. She was scared out of her wits and shivering like a little rabbit. As an S-class arcanist and one of the 7 giants of Big Circle, Golden Scorpion was considered a knowledgeable person. However, this was the first time she had seen such a powerful martial artist like Zhao Xueqing. She even felt that even if Lin Zhenyu came back to life, he would not be able to last more than 3 moves in front of Zhao Xueqing. So, it's Big Circle. Jiang Tian shook his head gently and sighed. What a reckless thing. Honey, do you need to ask anything else? Zhao Xueqing was not good at interrogation. She turned to look at Jiang Tian. At this time, her face was adorable and cute. She no longer looked as decisive as before. No need. Jiang Tian waved his hand. Shen Mange and Ghost Kick were badly injured. Fortunately, their meridians and acupoints were not damaged. After careful recuperation, their skills could still be restored. Then I won't ask. Zhao Xueqing nodded. She raised her hand and a leaf fire chi weapon slashed down from above. Boom! With a loud noise, a 20-centimeter wide and half-meter deep hole suddenly appeared on the ground from her feet to the golden scorpion. The leaf fire chi weapon slashed toward the golden scorpion. Didn't you say you would let me go? Golden scorpion was full of anger and unwillingness. She jumped up and tried to dodge the terrifying leaf fire chi weapon. However, compared to Qingya, she was too slow. Crack, crack. There was an ear-piercing sound. Shocking cracks appeared on the golden scorpion's metal-like body, covering her completely. Her head almost shattered, and she fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. Humph, my husband said that we must eliminate all evil. We can't let the tiger go back to the mountain. Zhao Xueqing's soft voice sounded. It was a pity that Golden Scorpion could no longer hear it. Jiang Genqing, you are back. When Jiang Tian and Shen Mange walked in hand, the old master immediately led a group of people to welcome them. The old master held Jiang Tian and Shen Mange's hands tightly. He was so excited that his whole body trembled and he almost burst into tears. When the strong enemies attacked, the police could not stop them. However, when Jiang Tian and Shen Mange came back, they immediately turned the situation around. Grandpa Mum, Dad, I'm sorry to have frightened you. Jiang Tian glanced at everyone apologetically. Jiang Tian, don't feel guilty. People who are not envied are mediocre. If you want to become a peerless master and look down on the world, how can you not make enemies and not offend people? The old master had lived a long life and was open-minded. He comforted Jiang Tian earnestly. Jiang Tian picked up Jiang Weiner and wiped the tears on her face. He comforted her softly. Weiner, are you scared? I'm not scared. Why? Because Weiner knows that Uncle is a Superman, a great hero. We will be fine. Jiang Weiner said crisply. Her naive words made everyone laugh. The tense atmosphere was suddenly swept away. Yes, when they saw Jiang Tian come back, they were immediately relieved. What kind of master could be Jiang Tian's opponent? Zhang Wanqing pulled Zhao Xueqing and asked in a low voice, Qingya, do you also have cultivation? Zhao Xueqing nodded with a face full of joy. Good, that's great. Zhang Wanqing was ecstatic. Jiang Tian put Jiang Weiner in his aunt's arms. He glanced at everyone and said calmly, Don't worry, everyone. After tonight, everything will be fine. Jiang Tian, you must be careful. Yes, you must be careful. These bandits are very fierce. Everyone looked at Jiang Tian with concern. They were very worried. Now Jiang Tian was the pillar of the Jiang family. If something happened to Jiang Tian, the Jiang family would be finished. Brother, Hugo, I will take care of things here. Jiang Chao patted his chest. TSK, you go and change your pants first. You are wet. Jiang Tian's words hit Jiang Chao hard. Don't expose people's shortcomings. Don't hit people's faces. Can't you give me some face in front of so many people? Forget it, honey. You have not recovered yet. Leave everything to me. Zhao Xueqing said softly. Jiang Tian pondered for a moment and said, It is good for you to gain more experience, but let's fight side by side. Honey, with the villa as the central axis, I will be responsible for the left side. Yes, I will be responsible for the right side. Communicate with each other through divine sense. If anyone is in danger, the other one will come immediately. Yes, not a single one of them can escape. Competition. Whoever kills the most wins. The loser will wash and massage the loser's feet at night. Qingya looked at Jiang Tian provocatively. No problem. Anyway, I will wash and massage your feet whether I win or lose. Jiang Tian shrugged nonchalantly. While talking, the two of them went out of the Jiang family's villa and stood in the yard. They looked at each other and then spread their divine senses in all directions. There was a loud rumble. Their divine senses spread out in all directions like a rolling tide, sweeping across every street and skyscraper, into every neighborhood, supermarket, hotel, and even a few kilometers away. In an instant, half of Jinling City was covered. Boom. With a boom, a torrent of information flowed into Qing'er's mind like a torrential river. It was the first time she had encountered such a situation. Her head hurt a little and her delicate body trembled slightly. Pass through the useless information and filter out the useful information of the powerful ones. The killer's aura is different from ordinary people, Jiang Tian said through divine sense. Understood, Qing'er replied. Her divine sense suddenly expanded to a height of 100 meters. Like a movie lens from God's perspective, she looked down at the brightly lit Jinling City. Then, the buildings became faint and the aura of the powerful ones swayed in the air like flames. These must be the powerful ones. They should be mercenaries, Qing'er murmured. In addition, she also saw some figures with obscure auras and hidden murderous intents. They were like venomous snakes waiting to strike. These were the killers. The nearest killers were actually hiding on the roof of a skyscraper less than half a kilometer away from the Jiang family's villa. Let's do it. Qing'er stomped on the ground and the ground trembled slightly. She had already shot into the sky like an arrow, drawing a beautiful arc and attacking the skyscraper. In the air, her posture was beautiful and her speed was fast, like a divine phoenix spreading its wings. Chapter 287. Tisk, if I don't rebuild my body, I'm afraid I will be defeated by this powerful wife. Seeing Qing'er's peerless beauty, Jiang Tian smiled with relief and also shot out. Qing'er has become a fairy? The Jiang family was dumbfounded and dazzled. They couldn't believe it. He, my son's wife, how can she be bad? Zhang Wanqing smiled proudly and was very satisfied. What's that sound? On the rooftop of the building opposite the Jiang family's villa, a sniper in black tights was holding a sniper rifle. He was hiding in the dark night when he suddenly heard a gust of wind. He couldn't help but feel alarmed and raised his head in shock. Then he saw a shocking scene. Under the shadow of a full moon, a long-haired figure actually flew across the sky and descended from the sky like a goddess. Before the killer could dodge, Qing'er's foot had already descended from the sky. With a boom, Qing'er knelt on the ground with one knee. A deep pit appeared between her knee and foot. The cement ground cracked and collapsed, and the killer was instantly turned into a pile of meat paste. Her white clothes were clean and ethereal, but her petite body gave people a feeling that she was as majestic as a mountain. Qing'er stood up, proudly raised her chin, and approached the remaining 4 killers. Congratulations, you've achieved the first kill. But I've already killed 2. Jiang Tian transmitted his voice to her through divine sense. The 4 gunmen shot in horror, and Qing'er raised her hand and waved. Qi. With a sharp sound, an 8-meter-long Ignis Qi soldier swept across. The 4 killers were instantly cut in half. Flames rose into the sky, and their bodies were burned to ashes before they fell to the ground. 5, I've overtaken them. Qing'er transmitted her voice with a hint of pride on her face. The feeling of flying is really good. Every time Zhao Xueqing jumped, she would rise 100 meters into the air. Like a big bird, she soared in the air. Every cell in her body was cheering and jumping. The 48,000 pores all over her body were greedily absorbing the overflowing spiritual energy of the world, turning it into true essence and bringing her endless battle strength. The shackles in her heart had been broken, and the immortal physique of the stainless Phoenix Maiden had completely awakened. She could now fully display the peerless might of this immortal physique. She could even float in the air for a long time, and she felt a sense of freedom from gravity. While flying in the air, the little lass put the Sennheiser earphones into her ears, picked a song, and played it on a loop. Then, Cloudpiercer's voice bombarded her eardrums, exploding in the depths of her mind. It also caused her burning battle intent to explode to the highest limit. Lose the watch and the coat. Drop the backpack and get rid of the TV and the computer. Lose the brain and lose the trouble. What is big and what is small, there are always people who disagree with everything. More hate than love. I just want to dance more and more crazy. Jump higher and higher, shake off the earth. My heart thumped wildly. In a flash, all worries are forgotten. I don't want it anymore. Wronged oneself for a second. Bang, bush, bang, bush. Accompanied by the high-spirited and resounding music, the muffled sounds of Qing'er's feet stomping on the ground and her body tearing through the air rang out continuously. It was extremely shocking. Qing'er was like Wonder Woman or Wasp Girl, leaping up and down between the buildings. Her speed was even faster than Jiang Tian's, almost breaking the sound barrier. She streaked across the air, leaving behind a series of indistinct afterimages, almost exceeding the limits of human vision. With the cover of the night, no one would stare at the sky for no reason. But even if someone saw it, they would think that it was a large bird flying across the sky or a landscape searchlight streaking across the sky. Qing'er took a step in the air and flew several hundred meters away. Once she landed, her hands would be stained with blood. At this moment, she was no longer that weak and pitiful girl who couldn't even truss up a chicken. Instead, she was a peerless expert who could kill with each step. Her supreme beauty could stop time and stun the world. Rattlesnake, Vampire Count Anthony, Ruan Kuan, and Raging Ape have lost contact? In a 5-star hotel room, Greedy Wolf, Jin Taixin frowned as he looked at the explosive news on the dark web on the special computer screen. Jin Taixin was a Korean American. He used to be a marksmanship instructor in the U.S. Marine Corps. After retiring, he joined the U.S. Sky Eye Assassin Organization. He had a brilliant record and assassinated countless high-ranking political officials. He was ranked 6th on the global assassin ranking list. Who wouldn't be tempted by a hidden reward of $500 million? That was truly a sky-high price. It could be said that this was the first time in the history of global assassination. But what really tempted him was the target of this assassination, the young Wu Dao master from Wuxia, Kong Teichu. The words Wu Dao master were taboo in the world of assassins. But on the other hand, it was also a symbol of glory. To be able to kill a Wu Dao master was a supreme honor for an assassin. A brilliant record not only represented a generous reward, but also a soaring status and value. Jiangting, it was Kong Teichu. Others might not know, but Jin Taixin had studied the target's information in detail. This rising martial arts prodigy, a young Wu Dao master, was said to be at the peak. He had once killed the leader of the Big Circle, Lin Zhenyu, on Poyang Lake. A few days ago, he had suppressed the 8 strongest people in Southeast Asia and killed them at the peak of Mount Everest. Wang Chongyan was so furious that he came out of seclusion early. This prey was an extremely terrifying prey. Ruan Kuan, Raging Ape. You guys are too stupid. Jin Taixin chuckled, full of mockery. He knew that his target this time was a terrifying existence, so he had made ample preparations. He had bought a special sniper rifle, bullets, and a full set of equipment from a mysterious alchemist in Europe. The bullets were engraved with mysterious runes and made of special metal. They could penetrate armor, burn, and explode. They also had some black magic power and could even kill an Earl of the Blood Clan. Moreover, he was very patient. He planned to give himself half a year to kill Jiang Tian. Half a year. No matter how cunning a fox was, it would still reveal its flaws. It would not be able to dodge the hunting rifle of an experienced hunter. He would never choose to fight in close range like Anthony and Ruan Kuan. Close range was the style of a mercenary. Killing from a distance and retreating thousands of miles away to preserve their strength was the most rational and correct way for a real ace assassin. After killing Kong Teichu, he would become the #1 assassin on the Royal Assassin list. Moreover, there was a reward of $500 million. After that, he would buy a small island in the Pacific Ocean and bring his wife, who was teaching at the University of Pennsylvania, there. Just like Mrs. Bay, she would give birth to a football team for him. What a wonderful life! Thinking of this, Jin Taixin was full of fighting spirit and satisfaction. He walked to the window and observed the Yawang Group building with a high-powered tactical telescope. Would the target appear here? It seemed that the mercenaries of Blackwater were going to the Yawang Group building today. He seemed to value his family a lot. He should be there to rescue them. Are you looking for Kong Teichu? Suddenly, a soft but cold voice sounded behind him. The moment the voice sounded, Jin Taishuan's hair stood on end. The door was locked, and he had set up an alarm. The windows were closed, and the whole room was airtight. How could someone come in? Jin Taishuan, who had never failed in his assassination with 103 CI, naturally understood what this meant. A person who could appear behind him silently was like a sudden clap of thunder, a fatal threat. Bang! He turned around and fired a shot at the illusory figure. With a silencer, the sound of the bullets being fired was not loud. Instead, it was especially dull. A woman. A very beautiful woman from Wuxia. Kong Teichu's wife. Moreover, she did not fall, she did not die. Seeing the person clearly, many thoughts flashed through Jin Taishuan's mind. He was shocked to see a shocking scene. Zhao Xueqing's slender fingers were holding a golden bullet. The bullet had been squeezed out of shape. Jin Taishuan didn't even have the time to fire a second shot before a small, jade-white hand grabbed his throat. Crack! Jin Taishuan's neck was broken. Blood spurted out of his aorta, and his head hung down weakly. A red flame spurted out from her hand and enveloped him. The body was instantly burned red, and the bones and organs could be seen clearly. Then, it turned into ashes. The 18th one. Honey, I'm 2 ahead of you. Ching, patted the dust off her hands. Then, her figure flashed, and her delicate body suddenly became faintly discernible. She then disappeared from where she stood. The 17th one. However, I may overtake you. There are many monsters in the Medicine King group. There are more than a dozen of them. At this time, Jiang Tian had already appeared in the lobby of the Medicine King group's building. He was talking to Qinger through divine sense. He frowned. There were 3 mercenaries and assassins' bodies on the ground. However, there were more bodies of Wuxia's police officers. They were messily piled up, dripping with blood. It was a shocking sight. There were even bullet marks on the wall that made people's hearts palpitate. Monsters? Killing monsters? Honey, you're funny. Zhao Xueqing could not help but laugh. Then she said, I have 3 more here. I'll go over there and team up with you after I kill them. You're attacking the Medicine King group? You're asking for it? Jiang Tian smiled. He raised his hand and burned the bodies of the assassins into ashes. Outside the door, police sirens were wailing and lights were flashing. More than a dozen riot police cars surrounded the Medicine King group. Break in. Protect the Jiang family and the Medicine King group at all costs. We, the Wuxia police, will never compromise with terrorists. Secretary Yu was burning with anxiety. He personally took command of the operation and classified it as a serious terrorist attack. The provincial police department, the municipal bureau, and the armed police gathered together. Many anti-terrorist vanguards were dispatched. However, he was once again beaten to a pulp by his opponent. Don't come in, Secretary Yu. I'm back. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Secretary Yu's mind. Secretary Yu was stunned. Master Kong is back? Did you hear that? He asked in a daze. He's really back. Many police officers heaved a sigh of relief. How's the situation over there, Master Chiu? In the corridor outside the CEO's office on the top floor of the Medicine King group, Li Jinwei was covered in blood. He was wrapping the deep wound on his wrist with a bandage while panting into the walkie-talkie. Bodies were piled up at his feet. There were security guards and police officers of the Medicine King group, as well as 7 or 8 enemies. What he had experienced today was the most dangerous battle he had ever experienced in his life. 3 waves of assassins had attacked him. Chapter 288. Some of them directly charged in from the lobby on the first floor, brazenly assaulting the police and rushing upstairs. Some used parabolic guns to shoot from the opposite building and used ropes to slide in. Some wore winged suits and flew to the rooftop like bats, attacking from the rooftop corridor. One wave after another, the mercenaries were like locusts that could not be killed. They were all fully armed and carried heavy weapons. They could be considered a private army, and some of them were even espers. Under such circumstances, the police force was wiped out in less than 10 minutes. Don't worry, we won't die. Protect Miss Yi and Professor Huang well. Qiu Gong was one floor below in a room. He leaned against the wall and sat on the ground, panting heavily as he laughed boldly. His chest was shattered, and a piece of his shoulder was shattered. Blood kept oozing out of his mouth. This old fart, his bones are so tough. I shot him once, and he's still taking it head-on. At the end of the corridor, there were offices and bathrooms. 17 or 18 Blackwater mercenaries were scattered around, some with guns and some with cold weapons. The Blackwater mercenaries, also known as the Blackwater Security Consulting Company, were security guards in name, but their equipment was better than the regular American army. They had played an important role in the Iraq War and were known as the special forces outside the American government. The ones dispatched this time were the strongest elites of Blackwater, and all of them were famous on the mercenary list. Qiu Gong held the white ape-bone knife in his right hand and a grenade in his left. He had taken it from the mercenaries and was prepared to die together with them if they rushed up. He was about to bleed dry. There were 3 gunshot wounds on his body, and the one on his shoulder was penetrated. He could not even lift his hand. Suddenly, there was a bang and dust flew. The walls on the left and right were blasted apart by miniature explosives. Without waiting for the dust to settle, 7 or 8 mercenaries rushed in from both sides. Qiu Gong wanted to pull the grenade, but there was a bang. Out of instinct, the mercenaries pulled the trigger, and bullets burst out. Qiu Gong's wrist holding the grenade was bleeding. He jumped to the side before the grenade could be pulled. At the same time, 8 crossbow spears were aimed at Qiu Gong's legs and fired randomly, the sound of sharp weapons piercing into flesh filling the air. Qiu Gong staggered back and leaned against a tree trunk behind him. His trousers were dripping with blood. He smiled tragically, showing the solemnity of an arrow at the end of its flight. He waved at the people in front of him and gritted his teeth. "If you have the guts, spar with me." Duke Qiu was unwilling to accept this. How could he be forced into a desperate situation by this group of trash who outnumbered him? This was a great humiliation. I have always admired the martial artists of Wuxia. Behind the 8 people, there was a tall man with well-proportioned muscles. He was armed with loaded guns and looked handsome. There was a black cloth on his head, and he looked very capable and cool. He was a handsome foreign man with a gentlemanly demeanor, but he had a nickname that did not match his appearance: Satan. Chidon was the word for devil in the Bible. This man used to be the devil's chief instructor who was revered and worshipped by 2,500 people of the Delta Force. NATO's 3 armies called him the most powerful creature in the North American continent. Now, he was the chief consultant of the Blackwater mercenaries and the most powerful existence among them. "You, face the camera, admit defeat, and I will not kill you." Satan raised his gun. His Chinese was a bit shaky, but his smile was full of mockery. The martial artists of Wuxia had brought him too much humiliation. He wanted to regain the dignity of the world's top mercenaries. "Bullshit." Duke Qiu cursed. Satan roughly understood what bullshit meant. He sneered and aimed his gun at Duke Qiu's forehead. Duke Qiu straightened his neck and did not blink. He wanted to see how he would die with his own eyes. For a moment, he thought of Yi Gufeng, the heroes of Jiang Bei, his life of glory, and Jiang Tian. His heart was filled with sorrow. He was not someone who was afraid of death. If he could not see these familiar people in the future, he would not be able to let them go. It is inevitable for a general to die in battle. I have lived my life in vain. Unfortunately, Master Kong, I did not follow your orders to the last one. In the next life, I will still be your dog and create endless glory together. Duke Qiu raised his head and waited for death. There were 2 mercenaries guarding the door of the office. Suddenly, a sharp noise came up and the 2 men turned around. A shadow was already in front of them like a ghost. The 2 men were shocked and didn't have time to shoot. A sharp and cold light flashed across the air. The two mercenaries stood there blankly as their eyes gradually lost focus. A thin red line appeared from the top of their heads to their crotch. In the next moment, the red thread suddenly expanded, and with a crashing sound, the two bodies were split in half from the middle. Steaming internal organs spilled out onto the floor. A shadow flashed into the room like a ghost. A few wind blades slashed out in all directions. The wind blades came one after another, like a dragon of wind blades, without any gaps. The 7 mercenaries who had shot Duke Qiu fell to the ground, dead. Even their helmets and bulletproof vests were broken. Transcendent Grandmaster, Kong Teichu. Satan dodged the wind blades with extreme speed. He looked at Jiang Tian in fear. He had never thought that Jiang Tian would be able to attack him so quickly. Hee, you are not bad to be able to dodge my wind blades. Jiang Tian sneered. He didn't even lift his gun and shot out 8 wind blades. With a shrill scream, Satan was sent flying into the air by the wind blade. He crashed into the wall and slid down. His entire body was bleeding profusely, and even the specially made desert eagle made of pure gold had been cut in two. Hua Xia's martial arts is indeed powerful, Satan uttered these words. His eyes widened and his head tilted to one side. He was dead. Master Kong. Duke Qiu was taken aback. He leaned against the wall and laughed hysterically. Tears welled up in his eyes. He was in complete despair, but he suddenly saw hope. He saw Grandmaster Jiang descending from the sky like a god. The huge psychological gap made this unyielding martial artist unable to bear it. He wanted to cry to his heart's content. Duke Qiu, how does it feel to be in front of the gates of hell? Jiang Tian squatted down and removed the bullets and arrows from his loyal ally. He took out a bottle of black jade ointment and used it all in one go. I don't feel anything. From the day I stepped onto the martial arts path, I expected this day to come. Seeing Jiang Tian carefully treat his wounds, Duke Qiu's eyes were filled with tears. He was moved. He leaned against the wall and laughed. He lit a cigarette and said, I really have one foot in the door. 18 years later, I will still be a hero. He had spent his life killing. He had experienced life and death and was already numb to death. Live well. If you die, what will happen to your wife and child? Jiang Tian said with a smile. After treating his wounds and casting a few healing talismans, Jiang Tian once again charged upstairs. At the same time, Qing'er also rushed over and swept through the floors below. Screams filled the air as enemies fell one after another. The husband and wife fought side by side. It was almost a one-sided massacre. 10 minutes later, the two met in the CEO's office. Jiang Tian said with a smile, I killed 53. How many did you kill? 58. Remember to make breakfast tomorrow. Zhao Xueqing smiled proudly and pushed open the door of the CEO's office. Mr. Jiang is here. We are saved. Seeing Jiang Tian and his wife come in, Huang Zhihui, who was praying with a pale face, and all the middle and high-level executives cheered. Yi Ziwei, who had been trying hard to keep calm, could no longer hold it in. Her mind relaxed, and crystal-clear tears rolled down. Honey, there were 32 batches tonight. More than 100 mercenaries from different organizations fell together. This should be enough to shock most of the Dark World's elites, right? Standing side by side with Jiang Tian in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhao Xueqing, who had calmed down, looked down at the bright night sky and smiled. These killers and mercenaries were all famous figures on the Imperial Assassin leaderboard. They were enough to shock the dark forces that coveted the Jiang family. No, it's not enough. Jiang Tian stood with his hands behind his back and shook his head slightly. A sharp murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said coldly, we still need a real tycoon. Kill him, and those forces will be shocked. Only then will they understand the real cost of offending the Jiang family. Who? Zhao Xueqing asked confusedly. The supervisor of this operation, one of the 7 tycoons of the Great Circle, the sun god Apollo. Jiang Tian said with a smile. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Tian's powerful divine sense was pushed to the limit, and it shot straight into the clouds like a raging sea before smashing down with a loud bang, pushing in all directions and completely enveloping Jinling City that had a population of a few million. Under the powerful divine sense of the soul-sculpting secret art, the vast Jinling City seemed to be transparent to Jiang Tian. Nothing could escape his divine sense. Found you. Jiang Tian's lips curled into a cold smile. His divine sense had already locked onto a ball of light that was as bright as the sun. It was extremely powerful and blazing. Jiang Tian pushed open the window and directly burst out, and instantly fell on the roof of a building more than 100 meters away. "Honey, let's go together," Qing'er shouted and quickly used her movement skill to follow. This, jumping off the building? No, she flew. Everyone was stunned. They had seen an unforgettable scene. Qing'er has also become a cultivator, and so powerful. Yi Ziwei was shocked. Oh, Mrs. Jiang is a dragon among men. She is worthy of Jiang Tian. How can my daughter compare to her? Seeing this, Huang Zhihui was shocked, but there was a burst of sadness in his heart. Yuhua Stone Park, late at night. It was pitch black, and there were few people around. The operation failed. More than 100 mercenaries, including Golden Scorpion, this Kong Teichu is so powerful. On the Yuhua Terrace, in the middle of the dense forest, a handsome blonde young man was holding a jade plate-like instrument with a dignified face. He was wearing a tuxedo, holding a walking stick, and wearing leather shoes made by an old Italian shoemaker, like an old gentleman. In his hand was an instrument with signs of life, made by an ancient magician from Western Europe. More than 100 tiny rubies were inlaid on it. When the target was still alive, the rubies would keep flashing. Once they stopped flashing, it meant that the target was dead. Just half an hour ago, the rubies stopped flashing. In the end, the entire jade plate-like instrument became dark and gloomy. The air is so thick. Is it going to rain? The weather is terrible. The handsome Apollo looked up at the sky and said gloomily. Suddenly, Apollo felt a chill. He looked up into the sky and frowned. What a powerful mind power. I didn't expect Huaxia to have such terrifying mind power. I thought Huaxia only knew martial arts. Kong Teichu is indeed extraordinary. But of all things, you shouldn't have provoked our great circle. However, in the next moment, Apollo chuckled. His eyes flashed with a scorching white light, like the sun's rays. His eyes pierced through the void and looked into the distance. A terrifying murderous aura rose from his body. He snorted. Since you are here, I will kill you. I even saved the Great Circle 500 million in reward. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.